Okay, good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark McIntyre, Chairman of the Southampton Village Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Joining me up tonight are my fellow board members Jeff Broadleaf, Susan Stevenson, Nina Edward Anker, and Kathy Buxton, our alternate, and Jane Clare. So with that, we have quorum. So I'm going to move to open the May 13th meeting of the Southampton Village Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Also with us tonight are our counsel, Alice Cooley, Jackie Allen, our recording secretary in the back, along with Sage Certain, who's in charge of videography, and online should be Alex Wallach, our village planning director. One announcement, we only have one meeting this month because the next meeting would have been the holiday weekend, so the next meeting after night is not until June the 10th. So normally we meet twice a month, we're meeting once a month, and then we'll be back June 10th, but that will affect people that will be coming back. With that, let's go to the agenda. And the first thing we actually have is a work session for board procedure and rules of decorum. I'm going to throw that to Council Alice Cooley.
Okay. Do you want to do that now or do you want to do that later?
You know, why don't we move that to the end? Do you mind if we move it to the end?
That's fine by me.
Okay.
Except would it be in effect?
No, we'll talk about the end.
Okay.
It'll save these people some time. Then next up on the agenda, we have two sets of minutes to approve. The first are the minutes of March 25th. March 25th. Did everybody receive the minutes? Chance to look them over. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our planning director, Alex Wallach.
Yeah,
For your comments.
I had an edit. I don't know if it went in. It's not that important.
Okay. Then we'll hold on March 25th until we check
It's
on your
okay.
edit.
It's okay. No, don't hold it. It's
Oh, okay.
good.
Then in that case, motion to accept the minutes of March 25th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is the minute approval for the meeting from April the 8th. Did everyone see the minutes and have a chance to look them over? Any comments or
I'm going to
questions?
ask you to hold them
Okay.
because I have not had a chance to edit them.
Great. Okay. So that brings us to written decisions. We have 4 of them tonight. The first one is for 92 Little Plains LLC at 92 Little Plains Road. Do you want to top line us out?
Sure. This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations for a listed contributing structure.
Did everyone receive and get a chance to look at the written decisions?
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments? Okay, motion to accept the written decision for 92 Little Plains Road. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next was a written decision for 121 Elm Street LLC. Alice, do you want top line?
This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations and additions to an existing dwelling, an accessory pool house, and a detached 2-car garage. This was also a listed contributing structure.
Did everyone receive and have a chance to look at the written decision?
Yeah.
Any questions or comments? Motion to accept the written decision for 121 Elm Street. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up is a written decision for 383 First Neck Lane LLC. Top line?
This is a certificate of appropriateness to construct exterior alterations and additions to an existing dwelling, to demolish and rebuild a portion of the dwelling, and to relocate the existing garage. But what was actually approved did not include relocating the existing garage.
Okay. Did everyone see the written decision? Yes. Any questions or comments? No. Okay. Motion to accept the written decision for 383 First Neck Lane LLC. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And lastly, a written decision for 242 South Main Street LLC. Alice.
This was a certificate of appropriateness to construct an accessory pool house.
Everyone saw the written decision? Yes. Any questions or comments? Motion to accept the written decision for 242 South Main Street LLC. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Great. Next up on the agenda is actually an adjournment request, but I think, Colette, you're here, so we're going to remove that. Which takes us to sign permits. I'm going to turn the signage discussion over to Jeff to go through where we are with the sign permits, because I think some of these have been cleared.
It's about to Jane, who signed off on most of these. So what's still, let's go through the list.
Okay.
Wells Fargo is coming before us.
Yes.
Right. Hill Street is also coming before us
Yes.
this evening.
Colette is here.
Colette is here. And then Kelly's Cafe and Deli, did you sign off on that one?
I don't
Jeff,
think,
you had referred that to the full board.
Yeah.
I believe that's true. There was a window sign issue.
So
Okay.
that had multiple signs, so, let's hear that, and we'll hear it in order, I would assume.
Yes.
Depending on you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Farm and forage, did we,
I think we signed off on that one.
sign it, okay?
Hey Jeff, can you use James' mic for a minute?
What's that? Oh, this one isn't working? Okay, all right, thank you.
There you are.
Oh, yeah, thanks, great. Everybody wants to hear my melodic voice, fantastic. Farm and forage, we said that's good. Clean by Maurice, that was good.
Oh, I looked at that and thought, aren't there a lot of window?
Is that clean by Maurice, or is that
Yeah.
a different one?
Is that Nicole Maurice?
Clean by Marie's. I thought there were a sign and 2 window things.
All right,
Details.
let's see if we have that in the folder. If we do, we can review it.
It's toward, it's toward, yeah, it's toward
Oh,
the back.
okay,
It's toward
okay.
the back. Let's hear it then.
So we'll hear that then. Coast Hampton, I think that one was, we'd signed off on that. Alex, you recall?
I'll check the folder.
Okay.
I think Coast Hampton might have been the one that we're questioning also.
Is that
Oh,
in?
Coast Hampton, they was to submit the color sample. Okay. Or to specify the color. Then Lucy Cuneo, that I know, we signed off on that. George Copper, we also signed off on. Gunnar Hudson is a contract to sign, I believe we signed off on that. Jade Trow, I think we signed off on that as well. And then Astro Gallery, I don't think I.
That one's-
so-
that one's-
That's new,
That one's here, I believe.
okay.
All right, then back up to the top. For Wells
Okay,
Fargo,
thanks,
I'm going
Alex.
to say we also have some, we have 2 issues, signage and building for Wells. Why don't we just hold those and do those together?
Okay.
Okay? And the same is true of Hill Street Cinema. We can do those at the same time. So that brings us to Colette. Do you guys have anything?
Sorry.
That's very good evening. Could you just introduce yourself for us?
Good evening, Harvey Yarnoff, 206 Roanoke Avenue, Riverhead, New York, on behalf of Ms. Collette. I know this has had a bit of a past before I've actually appeared, and there have been other appearances. So I don't want to bore the board with something you've already heard. We know what exists. I think everyone here knows that's what's on the building now. Rightfully or wrongfully, it's there. So the question is, how do we deal with it? First of all, the signs that are there, there are really 2 things. There are awnings and there are signs.
Yes.
Let me deal perhaps with the awnings, with the signs first. The signs are muted. They're not shiny. They are gold, and
Before you go too far, we've already refused those signs. The applicant put in a replacement application that was
Correct.
approved and simply didn't put them up. The applicant came in the last meeting with those exact same signs again, which we're not going to
there's a
approve.
modification. The application is one for something as built and different than it was there are subtle differences between the 2 applications.
I can tell you right now that what's up there right now is not acceptable to the board. So we can talk about it again, but now a year later, what was put up, which was the signage that was not approved, is still not acceptable to the board.
But doesn't the board have to articulate a reason as to why it's not
We did.
acceptable?
I would suggest, did you look at the tape from the last meeting?
I don't see a written decision.
Did you look at the tape from the last meeting?
But it's not a written decision.
Did you? There isn't. That's because they adjourned. Did you look at the tape from the last meeting?
No, I did not.
Okay, there's a year history on this, and there's an entire slide presentation of why it was rejected. It violates village code. It goes against what is the village direction for that building, and they were rejected by this board, and a different set of signage was put in by the client that was approved a year ago this month, and it still is not on the building. So to come back and tell us the signage that's on the building and what's right about it is not going to go anywhere, so I think we're not using our time wisely here. And as far as if you want to talk about the awnings again, they are not code compliant, nor were they approved. So we're in the exact same place you were last week. So the real answer is take the signage down and put up the signage that was approved.
Or there is another alternative, and that's to seek redress in the Supreme Court.
Well, if you feel like
Which
you
is
have address
certainly
in
our right.
Supreme Court.
We all
Yes, you
agree with
can.
this?
Well, I'll throw that to the council, but
Sure.
sure.
Well, if that's the case, then I just certainly won't take any more of the village's time, of the board's time, and we will see Ms. Cooley in court.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that takes us now to,
We have to do anything with this application? Adjourn it, or you good at this?
No, just
just leave it.
sign is denied.
Okay. That takes us to Kelly's Cafe and Deli. Are they here? Great. Hello.
My name is Harry Millard. I own Hampton Signs.
Yes, sir.
I'm here on Kelly's Cafes and Delis presence.
Okay.
We're just trying to put up the window sign for it. We're below the specs for it.
Do you have pictures of it?
Yes, sir.
Could you do me a favor and just put them on the table and aim them at the board? And that way they'll go on the TV camera and the public can also see it. You'll turn around and aim it toward us and then use that microphone and then the public can see it. Okay? Jeff, did you have questions about this sign?
Well, when, am I on now, Sage?
It should be.
I'm sorry?
It should work.
Oh, okay. So when it was first presented to us, there were multiple signs on the windows. There was a sign, well, there was the sign overhead, which I think we had previously.
We've approved this. We've approved
Correct.
it, yeah.
And then now we're talking window signs, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just use James.
Okay.
Jeff, you're there, yeah.
And so now there were additional window signs. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name again?
Harry.
Harry. And Harry, in what was submitted to the sign committee were like 2 or 3 window signs, one which replicated the sign over the door, and then the other one spoke about chopped salads, and then there was another one that spoke about something else, and it was just a lot of signs. If that's all you're proposing,
Yes, sir.
it is. Okay, well then I leave it to the rest of the board for comment. I'm not necessarily sure why you need a second sign, but on the other hand, there are some examples of that in the village.
Well,
So,
I think if people are walking down the street,
Yeah.
down the sidewalk, then the window sign is visible. I have no issues with it.
so,
No objection.
Okay.
No objection.
No objection.
all right, you get a pass, Harry.
Thanks.
Do
I need it.
you need a motion on this, Alice?
Yeah. So yeah, census.
Just you need a motion, just a signature. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so that takes us to,
All right.
Can I see that so the board can sign?
Sure.
that takes us to, are we going back? Farm and Forage you signed off on, right? Cleaned by Maurice.
Right, oh yeah, clean by,
Well, that's,
okay. And then, oh, okay.
so could I just see the, could we see the clean?
Yeah, let me
Is
see.
he
Yeah.
gonna
Let me see
present
the
it?
folder, it's in the back.
Okay. Fine.
It's basically the same side they have in East Hampton.
Harry, I think you're excused.
I got a couple more.
I
What?
believe you are.
Well, hang out, you can always come back.
Want to stay. Exciting.
So it's,
Yeah, we did, right. So where's the,
there's a window sign and there's another sign.
which are we looking at now? Is that-
This is the one you're
Oh,
looking
clean
at,
by
right?
Maurice.
There's no door sign, there's just a window sign.
But through my side, I thought he had more of them. Maybe I'm crazy.
Oh, go on.
Keep going. Okay.
You okay?
I'm not
You need
okay.
your
I don't like how it looks. But what do other people think?
All right, so why don't we hear from,
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Hi, so I'm Ron Fisher from Fisher Signs for the applicant.
Hello, Ron.
Hello, they're looking for one sign overhead and then one window decal.
It looks bigger than it is because they've got the signage numbers on it. I'm fine because you're in a, again, you're on a sidewalk walking area, and if you're walking, you can't see the overhead sign.
it's clean. Sorry, it's crisp and clean.
You okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay. Nina?
Yep.
Okay. Think we're good.
Okay, I'm the next 7. So
Okay, well,
hang out for a minute.
hang out for a minute.
So you
Fortunately, I
ex-
don't think you're the next 7 because we
Well,
cleared some of them.
yeah.
But okay.
Okay, so we'll go to coast.
Coast. Summer must be coming. We've never had this many signs
It's
in one meeting.
always in May,
Well, that's good.
every year.
That's good. We support business. I've been actually to Kelly's Diner. Very good food.
So this is the application. It's just for adhesive window vinyl on the window. It meets code, and I think you, the sign committee had a question on color, so I brought the Pantone book so you can see what the teal looks like, in case that didn't print well enough.
Where's the door?
Around the side. So see that therapy door?
Yeah.
It's
you're
next to that.
That's right. Okay.
So which one is it?
This is the teal, and then this is the hot pink. So there's 2 colors. Lorraine might be here. Lorraine, we've never met. Okay, she said she was coming, but we never met.
They're pretty vibrant.
That's what I
but-
felt, that's why I
Yeah.
asked to see the colors.
They are vibrant.
Yeah.
So the one
So-
teal is the same as the teal that's on the window for therapy. That's where that color came from. So the next door neighbor is therapy, or the window adjacent is therapy, and they have that teal logo on the window. So that's where this teal came from, was to match
I'm trying to think,
what therapy
think
has.
what that looks like.
Well, I will tell you that Village Code guidelines steer us away from bright and day glow colors, and I think that pink is following under the headline of bright and day glow colors. So would there be a version of that where that's white instead of pink, or another color? I'm not going to be
What would
prescriptive.
happen if it was all the same color?
That could be too.
Would that be
What
acceptable?
does it say underneath coast? What does that say in pink?
Feel good, look good, do good. And that's
Oh.
in teal.
Are we doing that?
That
Hmm.
that line there.
That's in teal, because right now it's in white.
It's not. It's definitely in teal.
And that's the rendering.
Okay, and then
I can show you
What-
better on this page if you want to see it.
what is underneath the coast that is in the pink?
That's the old tenant that just said Southampton. That won't stay there.
No, underneath coast, it says Hampton.
Oh, it says Hampton.
Okay,
Is
That's
there-
the name of the business, is Coast Hampton. And then their tagline is what's below it.
And then there's the seahorse, right?
Correct.
Here's what I would honestly tell you from looking at it. I think it probably could be about 15% smaller, and I think the feel good, look good piece of it could probably go away and just be the logo for the business.
So if we change Hampton to white,
Yeah.
get rid of the tagline, would you allow it to stay that size? Because that size is consistent with the therapy window next door and the color. So I'm sure I can get Lorraine to change Hampton to white if you'll approve it conditionally tonight, because I know she wants it up and doesn't want
I
to
know,
wait till
we want to help the businesses. so.
Yeah. I'll tell her that you
but
don't
does
approve the
therapy
tagline.
have a sign that big as far as the, not the wording, but the seahorse? That's what seems to be so much
So,
larger than therapy.
If you look here at
Yeah.
the T, that's white on the door, but on the front of the window, it's that same logo. So it's a big circle in teal. That's the size of the seahorse. That's where that sizing came from.
Really?
I feel like walking out.
I walk
Well,
past there every day,
I-
never paid any attention, sorry. I think can you make the seahorse a little smaller?
It stays in proportion with the logo. So if you want the seahorse smaller, the whole logo would have to shrink.
Well,
I don't
that
think
could
it
be-
does. I was in the
No.
magazine business.
Well, I think if the whole logo shrunk by about 10% down, take the tagline off, change Hamptons from pink to white.
I would
It
take
doesn't
that
matter to me.
conditional if you're willing to give it.
How do you guys feel?
I'm fine with that.
Nina?
Yeah.
All right, so your conditional is lose the tagline, take it down 10%, and change the pink to white, and it's conditional, and then if you're going to update the rendering and bring it to us.
Can I email it? So
Yeah, you
it's-
can email.
Okay. Yeah,
You can
that's good.
Okay.
Can I ask
Next,
questions about
since
the
you're
ones
still
that
here,
you cleared?
next.
Sure.
Sure.
So Lucy Cuneo, do you know when that was cleared and who's in the village building department is responsible for letting us know? Because
Yeah,
there's a
Alex, I would assume that's Francis, right? Or
Yes, and I believe it happened either Friday or today.
Friday, I was in Friday.
Okay.
I signed off on a number of things on Friday.
Okay, so what's the next one you have a question on?
The next one we had a question on,
Looks like it was Astro Gallery.
yeah, Astro Gallery.
Okay, that's, I mean, all mine are good. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Astro Gallery.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back.
And you're back.
So if you know already, Astro Gallery is already up there with the black letters.
Yep.
all he wants to do is make his sign more presentable, more so people would see it better. So we're gonna take the letters down, clean them, and put them on a Durabond
On a
whiteboard.
whiteboard?
Yep.
Are you gonna
Just
pin,
plain
are
white.
they pin-mounted letters?
Yes, sir.
They're pin-mounted letters on a whiteboard the same size. It looks the same. You're just
Yeah.
making them look better.
Yes, sir. We're not changing the letters at all. We're just putting them right on the new board
Okay.
and putting the board back up.
I guess my problem was when you applied, that Astro Gallery looked like it had been superimposed and it wasn't straight. The sign was not straight.
Well,
Is this now an actual picture?
no, because they're taking it down.
Yeah, this isn't an actual picture, this is a rendering, right?
Right.
So just make sure it's straight.
Oh, here.
Okay. I'm
No, I
saying
think so.
yes.
You just put a
Yeah.
white background.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I would say is in your rendering, see how that beautiful Astro Gallery is centered over the window?
Yes.
And see how in your rendering it's not?
Yes.
If you would just center that over the window, I think it would look more appropriate.
Okay.
But I think the black letters on white will be a lot more readable.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
Okay. If I'll say the same thing, if you want to just re-render that and just email it in,
Okay.
then we can sign off on it.
All right. Excellent.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then
That's it?
that's it for signages. Okay, so we have no demo
What
value.
happened to J Trout? Is that
J
signed
Trout,
off on?
J Trout, they got signed off on, right?
You and I can initial this.
Jeff, do you guys sign off on J Trout?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Right, Jade?
Okay, so that moves us out of signage then and into public hearings historic. The first one is Hill Street Cinema LLC, which goes back to signage, but I think you're here.
Can I make an announcement before we do that?
You can.
Yes.
Oh,
I am missing some affidavits.
okay.
Oh,
I'm missing Ruth Wood at 51 North Captain's Neck, Joseph Savara at 60 Corrigan Street, and Eric Ruttenberg at 82 Captain's Neck Lane.
Okay.
Just if anyone happens to have those and they're here. You got it, John?
All right, we're back to Hill Street. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself again.
Hi, I'm Ed Parker from 1100 Architect.
Thank you.
This should face you.
Yes, please. Oh, I have
Okay.
so much paperwork for you.
oh my gosh.
So we have continued to try to scale back and reorient the work here to be historic as in the suggestions that have been made so far. This is and in that vein, eliminated renderings from our presentation to avoid confusion about detail. We're basically just working with the photographs that we have of the building, and the idea is to retain the components that are here and or replace them in kind. This is a picture from before.
So just to remind where we were last time, the laurel wreath is going back up over the pit in the pediment.
Yes.
Okay, and then the as existing over the upper windows is as existing, because there was a rendering question there last time.
Yes. So well, and above the pediment windows, yes, as existing. However, I would say that there were also urns in these that fell off that have already been replaced.
Urns are
This-
back.
Yes,
Great.
this is a picture, more recent picture, because we had a permit for remedial work.
Yeah.
That's been ongoing. So basically, the only areas that I think are under discussion potentially are as shown here. The pediment, which we want to replace. I'll show that in a minute. The marquee, where we were talking about signage. The transom windows, our entry canopy on the side of the building, vitrines, and the front doors. So I'll go through those.
Great, thank you.
And just to go, before we move on, the rear of the building we had been proposing in white to match some photographs we saw. We're not doing that anymore. And maybe if you looked at the larger drawings, you've seen that we're just keeping the brick where brick is and white where white is.
The pilasters where the pilasters are.
Exactly. Right. So with the marquee, there was a suggestion made here a while ago to just put the same kind of block letter signage on the front of it. There's historic precedent for that in the theaters past, and that's our proposal now. We've eliminated the additional name of Playhouse from this.
That's actually good for you.
We're trying to listen.
But I kept looking.
Thank you, and we appreciate it.
Yes.
And it looks cleaner.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks right. Good.
Okay, so that's the marquee. This is the best photograph I have of this detail, and we're going to try to match that to our best ability
Great.
in the pediment. The half moon transom windows we are intending on installing as shown here to match as best as we can find it what was there historically. That is also true for the vitrines that would have the ability to have movie posters in them. The front doors, I have two options here for you, and I'd like your recommendation. It appears to us that the doors did not have divided lights from the older photographs that we have from like the 1930s to about 1990 when the renovation was done where they changed the back of the building. I believe that's when they replaced the door and they did put divided light doors in the front of the theater. They also made a transition from 8 doors to 6 doors, and we know that is because of the clearances required for ADA. So our preference would be to go back in time and match the doors without the divided lights, but I'm also compelled to try to resolve this. So if the board prefers a divided light solution, we can also do a divided light solution with 6 new doors.
Those doors are taller.
These are slightly taller, yes. We are trying to take them up and that is so that they are proportionally more akin to what was here previously.
Well, okay, because in the windows that are there, the window height, which is current, which is I don't know if that's a historic opening, but the current door height is about a foot. Looks to be about 8 inches to a foot lower than your proposed door height.
That's probably true, yes.
So the question will come how the board feels about. Some seems to contemporize the window dimensions versus existing.
I think it does, actually.
Yeah, again, there were 8 doors there originally, I think, so they were kind of taller and thinner.
We're not sure they were taller. They were definitely thinner.
Visibly.
Yeah.
Proportionally,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Because if you look at most of the historic, we've gone through this before with a lot of on Main Street, and someone jokes when people take over the buildings, they want to raise the door height on some of our other historic buildings. That's generally something because it's a historic opening, and also there is that door height ratio that historically was lower than when we go down a lot of our houses on Main Street. So it's one of the things we do consider.
Fair.
So, okay.
I'm fine with the non-divided light if you go lower, because I think that will make it look back to the way it was, whereas right now, it does modernize the building by going that far up.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And is the, in raising the height of the door, do you lose the molding that's on the top?
Yeah, right above it. Well, we'll I'll go back to this photograph, right? So if we were to raise the door right now, there are kind of these columns in between the doors. And what we would propose to do is to take this is kind of a flat panel. We would take the height of that flat panel and bring the door the whole way up. But if you prefer us to keep the header in there, then that's what we'll do.
Really, everything else is, I don't think it's okay to make it so, it does look contemporary by doing that. Is that your intention?
To
Make it look contemporary, the doors?
No, I mean, the intention is just to
Clean it up.
Yeah, to clean it up,
get
exactly.
that.
And I mean, we saw that's why I have two options here.
Yeah.
We saw the old doors. They're a thinner proportion. So this is kind of going back that direction. I think our preference is to do doors that don't have divided light at the entry, as I said, which of course we still have them on the sides. That is, I think, how the building was for a long part of its life.
I think you're right. I actually think you're right. We've spent a lot of time with like little tiny photographs and big magnifying glass trying to look at them. You're right. There are oddly few photographs.
There are like
as
5
important as this building
photographs.
is, there are actually oddly few photographs.
And then when
that are
you start
detailed.
looking at them from like the 80s, you're like, is this
yeah.
really, what point in time are we looking at? So
I'd ask the board's opinion. My opinion, I think the clear windows are fine, because on the doors that you have to side, but where you're putting the fan light back and you have a header above it that has a fan light in it, having the header remain above the main entry doors, I think is a better balance of the front of the building and probably more historically accurate as far as door height.
okay, all right. So I will say this, but we'll match the door height that is here, right? In kind, we'll just keep the existing openings.
Okay. Then there was where did we end up with the side entry opening you were going to put a second?
We have, let me pull the plans out.
Because you guys wanted to put a covered walkway out of the side door and open a side door.
Yeah. Yes, that we haven't really had dialogue about, except that, remember our first meeting, the comment was made that it seemed as though if it were removed, it wouldn't change anything. I will point out the looking for my floor plans to have.
I mean, it's looking. You guys are doing a great job. The building is looking great. I mean, the work is showing.
Yeah, and they've been working away at it for quite a while. Oh, here it is. So currently, there is it's basically a fire door that's here. Again, this is essentially the newer part of the building. And when they put the newer part of the building in, this theater, they put an exit door that faces the street. I think that when the building was originally built, actually, it went back in that line and didn't stick out.
I think you're right.
So our proposal is to actually change the location of that door to this location, put the awning there, and brick this in. So what you're seeing from the street is not a metal fire door, but brick on the side.
Okay.
And I think you had asked me about hardware on the door.
I had.
This is the hardware that we're proposing right now.
Okay.
For the front door. And this is the
That was the side entrance.
elevation of the side entrance, exactly. Okay. Again, we're keeping the carriage lights that are on the building and the brick and the coloration that it currently has the whole way around.
Yeah, you shined up those lights. They have a samey look to me. I like it.
Okay. Great.
It's all so perfect, and then you get to the funky stuff on the side. It's fine. I actually think, come on. It has a sense of humor.
Yeah, there's some eccentricity to it.
Yeah.
But they're all spiffy, aren't they? They look like, oh yeah, look, I noticed.
They've been cleaned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Continue to do
Okay.
so.
So we're getting.
So are
down
those
to
our
the
last
wire?
issues? We had our last issues with the doors.
I think so. I mean, we
And-
took
and the
the
front
lights off
details.
the front of the building.
Yep.
We do need, by code, we need lights above the exit doors that don't exist right now, and we're keeping those minimal as new.
Okay.
I think those are all the issues that we had touched on
Wow.
All the
previously.
ones
That's
I remember.
great.
Board members, any other comments, questions?
What's the inside? Oh, you can't work on the inside yet?
We actually have a permit to work on the inside.
They've been working for a while.
Yes, we're like,
So what's the timing?
ideally in the fall. I mean, but
Or
it's
winter
pending,
movies.
pending
Yeah,
a lot of pending a lot of things, including
You'll have a very happy
Getting the
village.
exterior
We'll have
going.
a very happy village if we have winter movies back.
we're hoping for it.
Good.
Alice, my question to you is, how do we summarize this for you? Do you have all the information you need, or do you need it? Because I feel like it's a little piecemeal, and then you're going to have to write the.
Well, a summary would be good.
Okay.
Where did we land on the front door? I don't
We
know.
are going to.
They're going to go back to clear
So-
glass, but keep the original opening height.
Exactly. We'll keep the openings as they are, but we will replace with doors that do not have divided lights.
Okay. Okay. All right.
So are you clear on everything that you need, or do you have any questions? Because we
Yeah, I've
we did a
got
little
good notes
piecemeal.
from all the meetings, so
Okay.
I think I'm good on everything.
All right. Any other questions? Are there any comments from the public? Before I make the motion, I'm going to thank you because this has been a long process, but it's an important building to the village, and you guys have been extremely responsive. And I think where we're all ending up together is just, it's going to be great for the village and also great for you guys. It's going to look like a very nice building. We actually appreciate your listening and your patience.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for
Yes.
your input.
So with that, I'm going to motion to move to written decision, the plans to approve 43 Hill Street with drawings dated, what's your date?
I have the 24th,
Of
March?
April. Were they March or April?
May. You say May.
May.
No, I'm sorry. I'm
Can't
reading
be
this.
May.
I'm reading it upside down.
Yeah. You're working in advance.
I have May 13 on these
Okay,
drawings.
That's
With
those
plans
are-
dated May 13th.
Apologies.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The one thing I will admit, it's going to take, no, it won't be until next month that we vote on this. In the interim, can you just redo the plan showing the updated door height?
Yes.
Yeah, and then submit them, so when we get the written decision, I sign off, the drawings will match what all the decisions were.
Okay. Can I submit that also via email?
Yeah. Yeah,
We'll send it through. Thank you.
great,
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Molly.
Say hi to Jurgen for me.
Okay, I will.
Okay, thank you. Now we're up to 300 North Main Street for renovation to an existing dwelling. My 9,000 pages of paperwork from the theater. That was out.
For the applicant, David Gilmartin, named by Troy. 2317 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton.
I'm going to ask you for 15 seconds.
I'll give you 17.
I sent you that decision. I sent you that decision.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we appeared at your April 8 meeting, and two issues came out of that meeting. One was the windows, and we've done some research on that. And I think our proposal is consistent with the report given to you by your consultant. The second issue, which we looked at more in depth and spoke to the property owner, had to do with the size of the addition and the way it was situated. So Brian Glacier is here. We'll take you through the changes that we made to the structure.
Hi, good evening. Brian Glasser representing 300 North Main Street LLC. So as David mentioned, the first topic was, I think Mark brought this up, was concern about the, how he ended up ending off with a 2/2 double hung window. After looking through previous images of the house and looking back over Zach's report, he mentioned that the windows over the at the second story level, he believed those to be original. He didn't say he was 100% certain, but he did say he believed that they were original windows. And I also have pictures here. It's kind of hard to see. It should have printed out a little brighter, but I just want to show the other side, and you'll see there's 2/2 windows in some of these locations as well. And if you look at the submission, the package that we submitted, you'll see that the lower level actually had their replacement aluminum windows. So those probably would not have been original, which Zach also mentioned in his report. I did see one of the windows, which was a little random. There was this is an 8/1 window on the back porch, which there was nothing mentioned in the report, but that was the only one out of all the other multiple elevations, and just kind of, it was something that would be up for discussion to go to a 6/1, but this one random window, I think it was just a replacement at some time that I don't think probably has any historical value to it. So then the other topic was the the addition in the back. I'm talking, one thing that Jeff brought up was that he felt that the addition was kind of wrapping around the original structure in the center. I just did a quick, just a little diagrammatic study that I just presented to you. That's something I don't want to, it's not presented as an option really, but I just wanted you to see that Because of the shape of the property, you'll notice that this, hockey stick shape kind of wrapping around the corner. One concern that was brought up at the hearing and other hearings that I've been at was the width of the structure would look like, that would kind of be not overpowering, but you would see more of the addition. And the goal that we have here, as you can see, we kind of brought everything straight back. But with this proposal, I'm just showing a general, like roughly 12.5 feet of addition to kind of kick it towards the north. And with that happening, to kind of maintain the driveway, and we have the detached garage, it would start to make the back of the house look wider. So, and I'd have, the floor plan would be disrupted from what it currently was. So the outcome that we have currently presented here is we ended up eliminating roughly about 4 feet of width on the addition to bring it back to the width of the historical structure in the front. And just to give you an idea, I've been a part of variances with other towns, and cubic volume was a major point. So there's roughly 1,948 square cubic feet of volume that was eliminated from the south side. And it's pretty much represented here, where you wouldn't see the addition really from the side. Maybe if you were driving by, you'd get a quick glimpse of it. Obviously, it goes straight back. But here you can see that the property, as it kind of goes around the corner, we did reduce it quite a bit. Another item that I wanted to bring to the board's attention was, if you look on the elevations, in the village, we're allowed roughly 32. We are allowed 32 feet in height, and the current hip roof or main structure of the house is just below that. What we are proposing is 27 feet 8 inches above grade, so putting us roughly 4'4" lower.
You're talking about the addition.
Yeah, the addition is roughly 4'4" lower. And if we were to compare the hip roof and the main gable to the new addition, here in the back, this gable here is like roughly like that. It's 3'10". I mean, plus or minus off of the grade, which it does kind of slope up, so it could be a little bit less than what I'm showing. The other thing that I think is a good point that I didn't bring up at the last hearing, which I think is important, is the roof lines come down. If you were to look at the side elevations, the fascia lines on the entire addition are much lower than the, if we were to go to sheet, just go to side elevation. Let's just say we were to go to page 7, you see a side elevation, you'll notice the main gables of the house, which you can see here in the front. They're clear 2 stories, where, as with the addition, we are roughly, we're definitely lower than the original roof lines. So bringing that massing down from the original historical structure, which is something I think you guys would value.
Before I turn over to the board members, I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the current ceiling height of the original structure, on the main floor ceiling height?
The original ceiling height is, so the original ceiling height is,
Main floor.
yeah, let me check it out. I know we had it all in the document here. I think it was like 8'8", roughly, and the proposed is showing at 10 feet, which is meaning we're putting a new foundation in and lowering the first floor from what's currently there.
Well, the whole point about preservation is preserving the original house, because you did that on that house at South Main Street.
Yeah.
So we took all this historic fabric and all this historic framing, and I looked up and suddenly you wiped out all the framing on the first floor of the house. You could lower the floor, but it changed the dimensions of the house to the street. And that's something, if you're renovating a historic house, you have to maintain the relevant dimensions of the historic house. So this idea that you can take a horizontal house because if you're dropping the basement to raise the ceiling, you're also can be raising the street level height of the house as well. And in both of those cases, that is not historically correct what that house is. You're actually altering the historic part of this house, and I don't know that I'm in favor of that because you're going to alter the exterior dimension of that house. Because if I had an original house with 8'8" ceilings, and suddenly your new house has 10-foot ceilings, but your windows all seem to line up. So I'll see how the other board members feel about that. But the whole part of historic preservation is to preserve what it looks like. So there's that for consideration.
Before you go forward, there's a building code reason for that, right? If the house is kept maintained at its height, then the spindles that are all part of and the unique part of this structure will have to be 36 inches and not 30. There was a value decision made, I think at the request of the board, to maintain the front exactly like it is. So if we don't drop it, it's at a height where we will then have to change the height of the spindles on the front of the deck. So, between a rock and a hard place.
No, not really. If I pick up the old house and I put a new basement under it and I drop the old house right back down and don't change the dimensions on the old house, why do I have to
I guess a
change
better
the
way to
spindles?
say it is what's there is not to code today. So replacing it to code, we can't do that, right? So it's going to be a value decision. Do you want us to raise the spindles and the railings? We'll have to install a handrail. To get up the stairs, there'll be an additional step put in. So that's the thought process behind lowering it, because otherwise we can't replicate it.
I'm a little confused.
I'm confused.
So-
If I take an old house and I pick it up and I drop an old house back down and just renovate it, it would be a pre-existing non-conforming then, wouldn't it?
No, I mean, I don't think we get credit for that because it's a health safety issue.
Aren't historic?
It's an historic house. It's pre-existing, so keep it the way it is.
Modernizing.
I'm definitely confused.
The current, just so you know, like if the current deck has a extreme slope from where the first floor is, it's almost awkward. It's like a
But was it built that way or is that because of time? I mean, that front porch is about to fall off.
That's the thing. It looks like I'm assuming it's settling, or it was actually built that way. It's more than 1/4 of an inch per foot, and it could just be because of the piers or whatever. It might just be bearing on earth. There's not actually piers there holding the weight of the roof, so everything is kind of settling down. So what David's is mentioning is that if we were to pull it up, technically the steps, we wouldn't have like 2 or 3 steps. We'd have to add a 4th step, and then the current railing is only 28 inches, I think. But it isn't a current code thing.
So,
I was trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
well, you may be killing the problem is you may be killing the historic value of the house. That's the concern of the board. So I'm missing something. So your goal of your client, the builder, the developer, whatever, is to increase the height of an historic house on the first floor. No, hold me out, David. So how are you, explain to a layman, how are you increasing the height of that first floor? Are you doing something to the house? Are you stretching it out?
So what's happening is the first floor, where the ridge currently stands, will always remain where the first floor and second floor is. The actual walls are going to be extended going down closer to the ground.
And what
So I was
happens
trying to maintain
So-
like.
So what happens to the exterior of the house?
Well, then you change the historic house because your wall dimensions are changing by 2 feet.
Oh,
Again, if I
it's
take
not,
an old
yeah,
house,
it's only.
I mean, I'm a simple man.
Yeah.
If I take an old house and I pick it up, I put a basement, I
back.
put it right back down,
Yeah.
then it looks the same.
Right.
But you're proposing what you ended up actually doing because when
Yeah.
you came to this meeting on that house, you said to remain, but it actually didn't remain. And that didn't go well from this board perspective because the whole point of the Board of Historic Preservation in the historic district is to preserve the house and its visual representation to the street. So if you start making walls 2 feet longer, you've lost the visual representation to the street, which is what we frown on.
Yeah.
So I'm confused. The quote, safety issue. when you're restoring a historic house that's not open to the public, okay, it's not Frank Lloyd Wright's other house or something, is there a reason, do these, 3 steps and the railing has to be 36 inches?
Well, a house still has to be safe.
No, but those are like the standard. Like if I'm gonna build a new house, 3 steps, if there's a 4th step, you need a railing, right? All this kind of stuff. Those are the rules. But that's not what's happening here. It's being restored, no?
Yeah, I think it still has to be compliant with New York State Building Code.
You do?
Well, it has to be compliant, but they're pre-existing, and a historic house by its very nature and definition is pre-existing. And to the extent that they want to change the dimensions of the house, David presented it as, we have to do this. Well, it's not a Hobson's choice. You don't have to raise the house. Your client wants.
And you don't have to raise
Yeah.
the ceiling height on the first floor.
It's, again, raising the height. It'll be compliant. It'll be the same height as it
It's
is
an
today.
historic-
But this
it's
is
an
what this
historic-
I understand, but
this
there's
is a
representation
workaround.
of
Let's
this.
be honest. This is a workaround to get a 10-foot ceiling in a house that has an 8.5-foot ceiling that happens to be a historic house.
Well,
So part of the point of historic preservation is to preserve houses as they are, not the new, happy, contemporized version of what they may have looked like, what they could look like if they were built today.
I mean,
That's
I
the whole
object
point
to
here.
that characterization, one. Two, there are safety issues here. I mean, you may scoff at it, but we do have a building code and we do have to follow it. I mean, we can come back to you with more information, but that was the choice that we made. And again, it's going to present as the same height.
No, it's not. You can also dig your basement a foot deeper. There are other ways to work around this.
Yeah,
The
but you
historic
ha-
part of
you
the
have-
house should look historic.
It's all measured from grade, so you can play around. You're not allowed to bring fill in to raise a grade, or I mean, I don't know anybody who would lower a grade, but that's what you are saying, and you can't do that
No,
with
what
the
you're
building
saying
process.
is that what you have to do to get a 10-foot ceiling on the first.
Well,
You hear
that's
the
the-
issue.
Right.
The issue is, it's a historic house, and the historic part of this house, which is the part that's being renovated, needs to look like the historic house, not a altered version that you would like wiping out the entire first floor framing of a historic house and changing the dimension to the street, which is what you're doing.
Do we agree that it has to meet the building code?
Of course, and there are ways to
Okay.
meet the building code.
All right, then
I
what
mean,
we'll do
people
is
have been, I'm sorry, people have been raising and lowering historic houses in Southampton Village for years. And meeting the building code and maintaining the original house.
We'll-
We've got 5 of them going on right now. So that's gonna be our issue, at least my issue, I can't say.
Okay, let's table that issue and we'll come back with what exactly the building code requires. And then let's talk about the windows and the extension on the back and see if we have a meeting of the
I'm
minds.
just sorry to not belabor this. You continue to make the point that it's what the building code requires. And I said it's not a Hobson's choice. In other words, you don't have to create the 10-foot ceiling. You have an historic house, you can keep it as that. And to Mark's point, you can raise it and lower it and keep it exactly the same. So it's not the building code that's dictating what this board approves. It's what your client, your developer, whatever, is asking to do.
But
And
he's-
that's creating this situation where you say you need compliant.
I'm
He
not,
said he's going to come back with more information on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
let's talk about the other two issues and see if we have a meeting of the minds there.
So are we considering the straight back version or the kickback version? Because you have the version you gave us.
Yeah, I just presented this as, by reducing the width by 4 feet, holding it to the, within the line of the existing structure, versus if we were to start to kick this over and pull this structure back, which is what you see here, it would be adding roughly, 12 feet versus eliminating 4 feet from one side. So, and then I just took the original rendering that what we're proposing here and just showed how we would start to see the structure on the north side of the north elevation, basically, from the street.
Okay.
Huh? Wait a minute. So now you can still see the addition, is that correct?
To make the addition actually less visible from the south side, we'd have to slowly start pulling it back. And because the shape of the property goes to the north, it would start to kick out.
I've never seen a construction like that. And my term ends the end of June, and I don't think I've ever seen a catty corner house presented to us. Have you?
Not in a historic renovation. I've seen them on contemporary houses, but I haven't
Right,
seen
you'd
them
prefer it,
yeah.
prefer it going straight back.
Yeah.
That would,
Yeah.
I-
I agree.
I think
agree. That's
I'm
what I
going
was-
to honestly tell you, I'm going to ask Nita's opinion on this.
She said,
I
yeah.
think that the proportions are very important, like you said, just lowering and raising. And if we have a step going up with a railing, that so be it, to match building code. I was wondering if you had a photo of the original, because I'm just a little confused on, like, switching topic a little bit here to the windows, but the facade seems a little unfriendly to me, because typically in a neighborhood you have the windows facing the street and there's a big blank space above the entry door on the second floor, which seems a little, I'm just wondering if there's a reason for that. Is there plumbing there, or?
Are you talking about the proposed front elevation?
Yeah,
So this proposed is identical to what's currently built. We
really?
didn't change it. Yep.
Okay.
This is the house. See?
Okay, so that is the photo of the original.
Yeah, so we actually came back months ago showing a different rhythm, and then we went back after Zach's report. We ended up going back to the exact same window pattern. So you have this window in the corner, which is, there's a little like bay wrapping around the corner.
Yep.
We still have that here. And you have these two windows with this break in the middle. That's
Okay.
exactly what was currently there. And we have a casement or a picture window in the gable, which shows the 3 panes of glass.
Okay.
The front door originally we had as 42 inches wide with 2 side lights. We went back to the original layout where it's a single door. Same thing with these 2 windows here. So the 2 windows to the
Okay,
windows to the
as long
south.
as
Yeah.
it's consistent with the original.
Yep. The one thing that we did, a few other items just to bring back how this kind of all came about. There was a dormer here that Zach said was an addition, and everyone was okay that we eliminated it. On the north side, there's a shed dormer coming off with the shed dormer right here. And these, so the shed dormer would remain, and these windows here would be replaced, glass windows. Also, the facade, we're doing fish scale. We're replacing all the siding in kind for what it currently was.
Do you happen to know the existing front door opening height?
It's
'Cause
probably
on-
like 6'8" or 7 feet. If I had to guess, I don't.
Because on your drawing, it looks considerably taller than the original.
Yeah, it would be. So all the windows and doors maintain that elevation. Just the sill is the only thing that was lowered.
So so your historic openings are actually getting bigger.
The windows, we didn't change them. They're actually oversized. So if you
Okay.
were to drive by the house, the window sizes are the same. All that happened was the first floor, like you said, is lower.
That's what that
So
extra.
the door is lower, but the window heights are. If you take a picture, the windows are identically wrapping around as if you see it today. The ridge, all that stuff is identical. It's just
But
the
the
sill
window,
of the door is lower, and the
Right.
porch is.
you mean the
lower.
sill of the window is lower?
No, that's identical. That's not changing. The only thing that's lowering is it's coming down. Those windows, if you were to look at the original windows, are extremely big.
Well, we talked
For the
about how
scale
it's
that-
not coming down, we're just gonna keep it and then put a rake.
Everything that's there, it's just the wall is going down. So the only thing that you would see that was different is the sill of the door, technically, and that front porch.
But
is
we're gonna
coming
try to
down.
keep the proportions and do a step up, like we talked about.
Yeah, that's a
before.
whole other. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a whole other topic.
Okay. I did have a question. Other questions? Jane?
No, I don't have any questions. I think we're gonna see a new rendition.
That's all, yeah.
My question was, where you now have the when I'm looking at on page 7, the dormer that's got the 16 panel window, is it 16? What is it? The 2 small Were those colored glass windows?
They're currently shown that way, and they're just getting replaced. I don't know if they're gonna be
But they're-
color.
Well, the reason I'm asking is when we look at these other houses, one of them's coming up later tonight, and there's about 4 of these houses. All of them have this color window
Oh, it is
detail in
color?
them. Yeah. Actually, if you go to the house that actually Lisa's working on, has a color window in it, and the one on, remember early on I said there's a house on South Main Street? If you drive by and look at that house, that detail is there, because there's about 5 of these houses that appear to be built at the same time.
But did you,
And they all had these side windows, and the centers was clear and color panels around.
and they're glass? I may be getting this confused with another application. It's
They
glass.
are glass, yeah,
Someone
definitely.
said theirs is plastic. but I
Well,
don't
no,
know.
these look. If you were to see it, I didn't. I'm gonna have to go.
What's
back
going
there
on
and
in this
check.
house? Somebody put
Yeah, who
stuck
knows?
plastic in there. But
It's like
if you're looking for
cardboard
the
or something.
inspiration,
Okay,
There's
okay.
a lot of things going on with those two windows.
Okay. Well, I think you've heard from the board, the biggest issue is this idea that you're going to change the proportion of the street on the original part of the house. So you're going to come back and address that with us.
Just
Okay.
is it possible just to have a quick conversation about the massing of the rest of the house versus
Sure.
that floor? If everything else is in a good spot, I'm just curious how you feel about the red. You know, we took your comments for the past several hearings. If this is the last item, that would
Okay, board members.
be good to me. So
Maybe I can, are they proposing a catty corner house, or are they proposing
I-
something
I-
that's straight?
I don't think we're,
this isn't a submission. I just wanted to.
yeah, that wasn't in a
Last
submission.
week, I just wanted to show that we went through an exercise where if we were to try to
Okay.
keep everything just going
Yeah.
straight to the back.
I'm not thinking about that.
Okay.
Yeah, this,
I'm
Okay.
thinking about just what was actually submitted.
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board members, questions about the other massing parts of the house?
And the double hung windows, the 2/2. How you feel about that?
Change if anyone? If I'm remembering correctly from Zach's report, he was the one that actually he felt that the originals were 2/2.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said that that the windows over the front porch he believed to be original, and yes,
And they were 2/2.
double hungs. Yep.
Okay.
And looking at this report, this image division showed it as well.
Yeah.
Just
And Brian, the little window on the peak, the one that has the 3 vertical panes, is that what's there now?
Yes.
I can't recall.
Yes,
Okay.
I would believe that's original as well, and we're replacing that in kind.
I mean, he's got a project. The house is not in good shape right
No,
now, so they've got a project ahead. Board members, any other feedback?
Just to answer your question, the black and white photo there was taken in January 1983.
Yeah, because
Oh, wow.
that picture's in much better shape than the house now. Most of the railing's now missing.
This is
Or
the
replaced,
current
yeah.
ones, yeah.
Sounds like you don't have too many comments on the massing, anyone? On the massing of the addition?
I appreciate you took out the 4 feet. It's not an easy feat.
There's yeah. It was a lot.
I think we've arrived at a place now the addition doesn't look like it's eating the original house. So, which is our issue before is our issue last time was that the addition was overpowering to the original historic structure. So I think you've taken that into consideration, which we appreciate. Are there any comments from the public? All right. So adjourn to June 10th.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay. Motion to accept the applicant's request for 300 North Main Street for an adjournment to June 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to 80 Wandanch. We actually had a motion to accept the client's request for an adjournment to June 10th or June 24th, actually, for 80 Wandanch Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Which brings us to 214 Hill Street, Shabbat 218 Hill Street. That makes no sense. Okay. Is Bill here? Is he coming in?
Oh.
I mean, just for the public, the agenda item says a COH repair, replace second floor portion of roof, new entry to door doors. This is actually a renovation because they're actually raising there's actually an addition to the second floor that actually raises the ridge height of the building. So it's more complicated than this explanation. Bill's there?
Yes, hello. Good
Okay.
evening, members. This is Bill Slight, architect of Watermill. I'm here representing Shabbat of Southampton. This is for the rabbi's cottage, where is located on a separate lot adjoining the front lot at 214 Hill Street. This lot is referenced as 218 Hill Street. I presented last time, showed you photos of the existing house, showed you drawings of the existing and also the proposed changes to the house, which includes largely a center portion of the second floor being demolished and a new portion built with a higher plate height, and that is largely being proposed because there is a significant structural compromise that occurred in the building when previous owners removed collar ties in the second floor space in order to give more living space. We're also proposing some window and door changes in addition to a westerly dependency that was built onto the structure. In the photograph that I presented at the time, you cannot see that. You cannot see that very well. There are. Can you see my?
No, if you could share, if you could share, that would be
your
great.
Screen.
Are you seeing the shared screen?
No.
No. Let's see. Give me 1 second, please. Share screen. So, this is the portion where there's going to be a new pair of French doors that will be added to this dependency and providing access to the space in this wing. The last time we appeared was, I believe, at the end of March. The board, not all the board members had a chance to visit the site. So the primary reason why we're appearing again tonight was to give members of the board opportunity to visit the site and look at the building and look at the conditions of it in situ, and get a more informed information about the conditions.
Well, it was my understanding that in your application, you should have provided us with prior decisions that involve this property, which I spent some time, and Alex helped me, looking up the dimensions and what was granted at the time that a COA was given to the separate residential house at 218 and the structure at 214 Old Shabbat. And the setbacks are, there were many variances granted. And the setbacks are half of what they would be required to be. I don't actually, the documents that I got were pretty hard to read, but I did find some decisions. Are you aware of that? Was that should have been part of what we saw?
Susan, I believe what you're asking about are what prior decisions were involved when the dependencies were built onto the existing structure. Is that your question?
When the actual certificate of occupancy and was given to both these properties.
Alex, you may be able to help here. There were previous ZBA decisions on this property. Were variances,
I didn't get-
variances granted on this property previously?
I'm not sure.
It was in some of the stuff where you would normally, I don't have it, normally have a setback of 50 feet, there's 20 feet. Everywhere, on every dimension. That you would need 26 parking spaces, but there are only 12. These were all granted.
Well, that's the front property you're talking about.
Right, but the back property also was, the setbacks. I think it was included, the COA was both properties.
Okay, I'd have to look it up. I know.
Okay, well, I'd like to actually see in print the COA and what goes on. Because at one point, the westerly side, the setback is very narrow. I went over there, I thought that I also had asked what's behind there. And what's behind there is a big housing development that went in, I don't know, maybe in the 80s. It sits right up next to the hedge. So it's very close.
As I understand it, are you changing any of the exterior dimensions on this house? Or the exact existing foundation is in use, correct or not correct?
The footprint is not changing. The substantial change that will occur is in that middle section of the building, which is probably the original barn or carriage house portion of that building, and where the collar ties and things that stabilize the roof were moved inside. The result is that you get this sway back on the ridge, and not only that, the walls on the north and south sides of that portion of the building are splayed outward by.
Right, but you're not.
That's not
but,
what we're
but, but, but
discussing.
is that the roof you're lifting up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not actually repairing the roof. You're actually putting an addition on to raise that additional several feet.
That's
So you're not
correct.
actually repairing the roof. You're putting a renovation on which raises the ridge height.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
in order to, in one way or the other, that portion of that framing of the roof has to be removed. There's no.
We want to know, we understand that, it's in disrepair, it doesn't work. But you are raising it how many feet?
About 3 feet.
3 feet only?
Yeah.
Yes.
All the way, but then you're extending it, right?
Extending it? No. I mean, you mean as far as in the footprint kind of a way?
No, isn't there, the house steps down? What am I looking at, with the trees in front of it?
So is the issue, and it would seem to me, I guess it's a rhetorical question. If there was a variance granted previously, does what's before us make worse the condition that had to be required a variance?
Jeff, I don't, I have no knowledge of.
Yeah, no, I know you don't, Bill, and I'm not making any. I boiled this. Right.
File.
Yeah.
And,
Sorry.
and I started this process with the previous building inspector. They had no plans. There was nothing in the file. We've been step by step trying to normalize the records for this house, including the fact that there no plans existed of the building. So, you know, what we're basically doing is, for the first time, putting in record what the building, what constitutes that building.
Yeah.
But
For my part, architecturally, I think it's okay. I think what you're asking, I think rightly so, is we want to make sure that we're not stepping on the toes of a prior variance and making worse whatever the
Right.
variance was.
There were
I can tell you
concerns
that
about,
the building inspector reviewed the file and determined that it was code compliant.
right, but
Okay.
Here's where I think we're going. First of all, just so I'm clear, because I've seen two applications. There's an application for this, and then there's the ARB application. One of them says it's a residential project. One says it's commercial. This is a commercial project. There's a commercial
No.
application.
No.
Because the ARB checklist says okay. Because
it's a
then
commercial,
because
the house?
Well,
No.
It's, that I did
Okay.
see, it's
Yeah.
residential,
So-
period.
well, except for in the application.
Well, I don't
says
know
it's
what,
commercial.
then that needs
So-
to be corrected.
Okay, so we can correct that. Here's where I'm kind of, Bill, before I turn over the rest of the board, here's where I'm coming out on it. The only thing that gives me concern, I think the architecture's fine. We understand what you're doing. My only concern, and it has to do with the setbacks, is because this is a pre-existing non-conforming building, and that second floor deck that's coming out, there's some site-like concerns to the tight neighbors that are on the 3 lot lines at the back of that house. And when you look at because it was pre-existing non-conforming, it actually sits closer to the neighbors than a house would have been conforming on that lot. So what my one concern is the sight lines from the proposed deck that's on the second floor to the neighbors to the east and to the south.
Fine. I'm sure that, in the board's visit to the site, you can see how well screened those are. The little deck that's proposed there is really, just to provide, in a sense, kind of a feeling, providing that small room on the second floor, the feeling of space continuing.
Can you show an image of it while you talk?
Hey, can you put your plan back up on the screen, Bill?
Let me get-
I mean, it's not a huge deck. It's not huge. It's 10 by 6. It's not enormous. My one concern would be a question for sightline because of their tight sightline to the east to the other neighbor.
Here, this rectangle here is,
Now we can't see
We're
your
still
screen.
looking at the photograph with the
oh, all right.
car in it.
All right, let me see.
Can't decide if that's a station wagon or.
It looks pretty contemporary.
I'm trying to get to the portion of the screen where. Am I still on?
You are. We just can't see the drawings.
You haven't changed the photograph, so you might have to take that one down and put the other one up.
Okay.
Now we're back to you.
You are?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay. Now you want me to share the screen?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
So Nina can see the drawings.
Can you see that now?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Up. There.
Well, that's
That's page A101.
Yes.
keep going.
So the, you see my cursor?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the second floor balcony.
This little rectangle here is the portion that's added to, this is the footprint of that space. And that portion of the building largely exists over this rectangle here. So this new rectangle of deck would be approximately right here in this portion of the flat roof that is over this back section of the building. So let me see if I can bring up. Can you see that picture?
Not yet.
Share. You can see this.
Nope, that's a photograph.
Okay, all right. this section right in here, see where the
Yep.
roof is? That is the portion of the building where we're gonna, rebuild that second floor. And back here is the wall, in which there'd be a door to this 10 by 10 deck.
It's 6 by 10, isn't it?
6 by 10.
Yeah, it's not 10 by 10, 6 by 10.
I'm sorry, 6
Yeah, it's smaller than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Board members, comments, thoughts?
Okay.
I'm not sure why we're putting a deck on there, with a door.
And the answer is that the rabbi asked that if we could just give some way of having the small room have a little bit more of a commodious feeling by in a sense extending the feeling of spaciousness, extending it. It's not really there's no intention for it to be used as some kind of a party deck or anything like that. I mean, at best, what you could get out there might be a couple of chairs and a little tea table.
He's not supposed to be answering.
So to put it in perspective, my guess is that table where Alex is sitting is 4 by 8, something like that.
It's pretty small.
Yeah. So add another 2 feet to this end. That's the deck.
Even though I know I brought it up, it sits far back there.
Yeah, it's as Bill says, it's hardly a party deck. I mean, if you wanted to tone it down by a foot all around to make it,
If
you
you were comfortable with that, that would be fine. I mean, that would still
but okay.
answer
Well-
the request from the rabbi.
I'm not designing it.
The board is deliberating. Can you let them deliberate?
Yes. Sorry. Anyway, if size is a matter, perhaps it's not all about size.
It's not about size to me. I think that if you actually go over there and look behind there and then drive down this, what's it called? It's like Tudor Court. I don't know what it's called. There's a road and a lot of houses. And the back, I had never been down there. And the back of the church goes all the way back to to their like backyard or their garage. And this house is also, there's a hedge, but that doesn't really mean much. And who knows, it's not very well taken care of. It's flimsy in certain ways. And I just feel like it doesn't have the setback that the regular house would have. And therefore, I'm not for creating even more light or noise. I don't think it looks good. Looks like it's going to look good either in that area. This is a strange situation. And I don't want to make it, I don't think that there should be more privacy issues, everything. I'm not for the deck. We don't usually approve second-story decks, certainly second-story decks that look out into nowhere. And it's not very many feet to the hedge.
It's about 94 feet, I believe,
To the hedge?
to the property line.
I find that hard to believe, actually.
Need to have any comments?
In terms of
Can you pull the mic?
In terms of the facade, which we saw last time, which we haven't seen this time yet, the elevation, I'm not too concerned, considering you can't really see it from the street, and it's a pretty modest proportion, not too high. In terms of the noise and privacy issues with the neighbor, we did walk down there, and it did seem a little bit in disrepair, but also a studious place. And if the rabbi feels like the students would appreciate fresh air when they're reading, or I don't know why the rabbi recommended that, I would trust that maybe it was for the students' well-being. But on the other hand, if there's a pre-existing non-conforming that is too close to the property line, I would maybe veer towards the side of caution and just.
It's supposed to be, how many bedroom residence? Just a residence. It's not for study.
Okay, we're
study.
all right, but we're commenting on
That's
the exterior and the architecture.
We are,
Yeah.
but it is residential.
Here's where I sort of come out on it. I understand the need to get some light in that. It's low because the ceiling height in that first floor is what, 8 feet, 9 feet?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't know. From my perspective, I think if we could just take the dimension of the deck down just a little bit, then it would probably eliminate some more of the noise and other concerns that I'm hearing from the board members.
In response to, I would agree to that. In the past, I do appreciate the board's concern about second floor decks. I almost never put any deck on. I have had success in having balconies on some projects that I've had before the board, and frankly, 6x10 or 4x8 or whatever would be closer to what you might say the dimensions that you might find on the balcony. If the board were more comfortable with a smaller area there, I'm certain that the rabbi would
Well, from what I'm hearing from the board, that's the area of concern is the deck and the size of the deck because of potential sightlines, because it does hug a property line. So if you would take that consideration and come back with an alternative for that, I'm not hearing any concerns about the other architecture. I'm not hearing any concerns about your existing front elevation, which is actually your north elevation. So the rest of it seems to be, and the window placement, I'm not hearing an objection. I think the only concern you're hearing is the deck. So if you want to come back and give us an alternative that takes the deck down in dimension, then I think that's probably what I'm hearing the board is looking for.
Be very happy to do that.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? All right. So you good for June 10th?
Am I?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So motion to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment till June 10th for 218 Hill Street. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We'll see you then.
Well, thank you, board, and thank you.
Okay. Before I get completely out of kilter here.
So did this,
Okay, so that takes us up to new matters. The first up is 40 John Street. For public hearings, non-historic, takes us to 40 John Street. If you'll just give me one beat to, I got a lot of files here.
and this one's off by the, okay.
Alex, can I get that back? Thank you. All right.
This isn't new.
Okay. Yes, please.
From a long time ago.
Lisa Zaloga, I'm the architect for Patricia Grunbaum, or 40 John Street. I don't know if the board remembers, we were here a while ago, and there was some question as to why we were here, because we were also in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And so we held this over until we got our ZBA decision. The project is to demolish an existing pre-existing cottage of about 463 square feet. And it's in a pre-existing non-conforming location, too close to the side yard, and to reconstruct it in a conforming location. The exact same size, and we got our ZBA approval. And at the time that we were here, the board agreed that it was not considered historic or contributing, and that we could in fact demolish the building that's there. And that was part of what we went to the ZBA with.
Okay. And your ZBA was for parking?
Our ZBA was for the relocation of a pre-existing cottage to a conforming location, as well as for parking.
It was a parking, I remember a parking piece.
Yeah, the parking, we haven't increased our parking, but when the property was created, obviously there was no parking law. So
Yeah.
I threw that in because I wasn't sure if I needed it or not. They weren't either, so they gave it to me.
All right. We've gone around this a few times. Board members, questions?
Not from me. The architecture is fine.
Me too.
All right. I think what we were just waiting on is for the zoning to not get out of order and get you through the ZBA. You have what you need for variances. So any comments from the public? The public is so quiet tonight. All right. Motion to approve the application for 40 John Street for drawings dated, what's the date on
A
these?
long time ago.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the date is.
11/9/2023. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I appreciate your patience. Okay. Next up is 111 Main Street, exterior alterations to a commercial building, Southampton Shopping Center, LLC.
I believe they're going to be joining us on Zoom tonight.
Probably. They're gonna miss us when this is over. They've been here so many times.
Yes, I know they had a conflict that prevented them from being
That's
here
right.
in person. They send their apologies.
What's happening?
Hello? They're coming on Zoom.
Hello,
Hello? Please introduce yourself.
my name is George McCarriolo from Wells Fargo Bank.
Great.
If I'm not mistaken, the last time we attended, the signage was approved, and I think it just needs sign off on the signage.
I believe that is correct. I believe the signage was approved. I think what was at issue is the size of the side window that's facing east.
And the number of windows in the front.
Well, that's the
Correct.
side,
Oh,
that's the side that faces east. Because this is pre-existing.
Sorry, that's the front.
Okay.
Yep, so what we did was this, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, shit.
So many sets of drawings on this.
They're all the same.
You see it now?
No.
Not yet. We're excited. It's coming.
Nothing yet?
Not yet, sir.
Huh.
Okay, for ease of motion, can you show me your page 102, 201?
There we go.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
Okay, so this was presented the previous time, and I think the board had requested that we eliminate the far end.
That's correct.
Actually, no, I'm sorry. This is the current.
That's right.
No,
This was the original.
no.
This was presented.
Yes, that's the original there. Above is existing, and the one at the bottom is the last round you had sent us before this set of drawings.
Correct. So now we modified the elevations to eliminate that far end
Yep.
panel and just have two on either side of the entry doors.
What does that show that?
One on either side of the entry
You
doors.
should, that's what that, what you have your cursor on has two on either side of the entry door, sir.
This,
Well, there's pre-existing, and then there were there were two window panels on either side of the pre-existing. See, and then those were reduced to one on either side of the
They
pre-existing.
seem to have taken off. Okay.
See,
I don't see it.
Yeah, you do. See where the
There
red
it
lines are? That's the new piece.
that's a new piece.
Yeah.
Are they adding these or taking them away?
What?
Are they adding these or taking them away?
We're adding one additional panel on either side
Yeah.
of the existing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Because their original proposal.
yeah, I know. I'm very well aware of it.
Okay.
Plus, I went and looked at it again today.
All right. Board members, any comments?
I know I was the one who suggested reducing the window size, and I also know that Susan was concerned about the addition of any windows. and I've been making a small study of bank windows, and what I've noticed is that banks are using windows to create a see-through billboard by putting high-definition TVs and videos behind
Not at all.
clear
Not-
glass
not in this-
windows.
I think
Not in this case, not in this case. This is more of a security
this is one of
issue.
this is one of those we can't predict the future, but if just tell me how it relates to what you see in the proposed architecture.
Right. So, but there was concern about light pollution, and when and if a person were to put a high definition TV, and I'm sure you've gone by houses and seen TV through the windows.
Yeah.
They're very, very bright. Now, can we predict the future? Can we police it constantly? No. Can there be restrictions to the granting of the approval? Yes, there could be. We've done that before when we've restricted either light emission, either in terms of the lights used. So to the extent that the other board members are happy with the window fenestration architecturally, I still maintain a concern about light pollution, and therefore would be inclined to attach, to the extent council says it's okay, some restrictions on the level of the lighting or what could be behind the windows, or at least coming through the windows.
And I so often agree with you. Where I'm coming on this is like
It's a bank.
it faces the CVS parking lot.
Well,
This is not the one that faces the street. This faces the CVS parking lot. And I think one of the reasons we asked him to bring it down was to reduce the possibility of light pollution. I don't really have a big concern. Again, it could be taken over by 3 years from now. It could be taken over by a real estate company. Would have full real estate pictures in front of it. I think from an architecture standpoint, I think they've done what we've asked them to do, and I actually think the added 2 bays is a nice balance to what they've got going on without going as far as they wanted to go. As far as from the architecture standpoint, I think they've done what we asked them to do, and from my perspective, I think the balance looks better than it looked before. Because before there were so many windows, the side of the building looked very thin. I think this looks pretty good.
Say, Alice, I mean, can we put any restrictions on that, or is it?
On the interior?
Yeah, that's an interior.
No.
Yes, and we'll note that any sign in the window, it would be a window sign that would need a permit. That's reviewed by this board.
Well, Jeff's more concerned, he's right. We have businesses that put things behind the window, like 2 feet behind the window. You can do, and then we have a problem with it. But that's outside the purview of this board, actually.
Yeah, in this case here, we have an office space that's behind one of the windows.
Yeah.
And then on this side here, it's the ATM area. And the ATM faces a blank wall now. Previously, there was a window in this area.
Okay.
And don't forget, this does slope down from the grade. So this is a ramp down.
Yep.
So you're not going to really see much. And then again, we're not installing window signs.
I have no objection.
No, I think by,
Nina, hold that mic close to you.
sorry, I think the whole glass facade was a little overbearing in terms of amounts of glass and reflection onto the parking lot, but I think now you've reduced it significantly, and I think it looks like it's safer but not overwhelmingly glass. So
Yeah, and it does look better architecturally as well.
Yeah.
Right. It's kind of a weird facade. I like it.
Jane?
It is.
I'm also worried about the light pollution because even if it is facing the parking lot, that's still facing Main Street, North Main Street. But I'm okay because it's less glass than it was, so
Okay.
I won't have a problem.
Do we have any comments from the public?
Usual chirpy group out there.
Busy group out there. Okay, a motion to accept the application for 111 Main Street with drawings. What's your drawing date? With drawings dated. Somebody give me a drawing date.
4/9/24.
For drawings dated 4/9/24. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you for your patience. I know you've been here many times, but I think we've arrived at a place that's appropriate for the building and appropriate for the village and appropriate for Wells Fargo, and we appreciate it. And I think the new lighting changes that you made are really great.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, so next up we have Catherine Foster, Bernard, and Francis Sadowski at 47 Palatro. You're going to have to pull that microphone over there too, sir.
Good evening.
Introduce
Members
yourself,
of the
please.
board. My name is Robert O'Shea. I'm the architect for the project.
Great.
When we were following the last meeting, I believe the outstanding items were some concern that the rendering, the landscape that was shown in the rendering didn't match what was on the landscape plan. So we've adjusted the landscape plan to make them show the same items. Also, there was we had also taken away. We have taken away the the exposed wire fence in a wood frame, and replaced it as suggested by this board with a privet with the wire fence either within or behind that privet, with the single opening for the gate that we're showing now back by the detached garage. And I've provided a detail for that gate in the plans that had been submitted to this board. And I have that detail on, I believe it's page 8 of the drawings. And I have that on the table before me now.
Okay.
I believe those were the concerns of the board. And we've also had some shingles with the Maybach product applied to them, so you could get
Let's see.
a real. Would you want me to hand this up to you?
No, just show it to us.
Okay.
We're not gonna go up and hug the building, we just wanna see it from, you know,
We
normal
might.
distance,
I
right?
think we had a pretty good representation of it in the most recent rendering. It's a somewhat of a transparent bleaching that gives it a gray tone.
Okay. Board members.
Looks better to me.
I agree.
Jeff, Jane?
I agree. It looks better. Thank you for making those changes.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public?
Well, just,
Oh, we have comments from
Well,
Jeff.
there remains a concern about privacy and the landscaping, which you address in here, and I don't know, can you share that with the board and how you're going to address that with the neighbors? One of whom submitted a letter, which I assume if they're here, they'll address it.
Okay. There were some concerns expressed for that concerning that at the last meeting. We've gone to the property, and I'm not sure whether the photographs were submitted in your packets, but I have some here that illustrate the existing conditions of privets on both sides of this property.
If you would aim them towards the
certainly.
camera, can pick it up.
Okay. This photograph shows the property. I'm not. Please forgive me with the directions. Let's see. This would be to the west.
Yeah, that's west.
Okay. That's another closer photograph taken of that same side of the property. And the ones I'll put down next are the east side of the property. Again, the lower photograph is taken from the street, and this upper one is further into the property. You can see we have a full privet on both sides. Now, if in fact, you know, if we need to fill in here and there as needed, we're happy to do that.
And there's a pool house on the property, correct?
No, there's not a pool house, it's a detached garage.
And there's no pool on the property?
There is a pool,
There's
but
a pool.
yes.
Right. Right. And the garage,
Well, this is
and the pool equipment, where,
suspiciously.
and the pool equipment, where is that gonna be placed?
Pool equipment is on the east side of the garage building, and there's I'm sorry,
west side.
the west side of the detached garage, and that is completely screened with boxwood,
Right.
boxwood
Have-
hedge.
Because these are such narrow lots, and I know in the case of my neighbor, when it came before the various boards, they acquiesced to putting the equipment inside the house, inside the garage, which I think would be an accommodation to the neighbors. May fall out of our purview, but again, my neighbor did it, and I appreciated that. And the other equipment, are there any external sub-basement exits or things like that that are otherwise going to encroach?
Now, there is a stair coming from the basement, which is in all the way up toward the front of the property between the building. It doesn't get any closer to the property than does the sidewall of the house.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll let the other board members speak.
Oops. My only comment would be, it is actually possible to build down a little bit and drop the pool equipment down to where there's a little bit of a well that it sits into, which does seriously cut down on the noise to the neighbors. Then it can be fenced to one side, a noise reducing fence to one side. That would be nice to help the neighbors out. Then we're going to go back to any other public comment. Please.
Hi, my name is Connie Cornish. I live to the west, 41 Palato Street. There were two other issues that came up in the last meeting that I was just curious if they were going to address. One was the garage kept being questioned, whether is it a garage or is it a pool house. There are two bays for cars, but there are also French doors and a pop-out on the left, so it appears as though it's going to serve as both. So I was just curious if the board was going to comment on that. And the porch still wraps around to the west, so there's both a front porch, a back porch, and a side porch that's pretty close to the property line on the west side, you know.
But I believe, didn't we relocate the front door?
No.
Farther away from that?
No.
Did you turn the front door?
No, we did not. We did not move the front door. What we did on the west side of the house is take away. We had to continue a roof line just for aesthetic purposes on the west side of the house. However, the porch, the floor of the porch was taken away.
Only on one section toward the back of the house, the center, it still wraps fully around and goes, I don't know, 10, 12, 20 feet down the house line. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell from the plans. So it still wraps fully around the side of the house, where most porches, especially in that neighborhood, they're very much front and back.
Within reason, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have some wraparound porches, but yes, within reason.
Yeah.
Do you want to
Thank
address
you.
the comments? No, thank you. Do you want to address the comments about the pool house?
Well, it is
Is
a
it garage?
detached garage, a two-bay detached garage. We did add a bump out toward the south just to add some architectural interest and shape to the roof of the building and the walls, and the same for the door that we put in. That was put in for two reasons: just to give it so we don't have a wall of siding. We do need to get in and out of the side of the building, and it was a nice look for the building. It is a two-bay garage.
Board members, any thoughts or concerns?
Well, so nice look doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What is the function behind the addition of the porch windows or patio doors?
Well,
I can't remember the term used.
It's just, it's common to have a door to get in, so you don't have to open the overhead doors in the garage.
But they're glass?
These are, yes. I'm trying to thumb my way through to get you that elevation. That matches the aesthetic of the house
Okay,
being
but there's
proposed.
nothing behind it that's, the function is basically there's two cars in there.
That's right. This is,
All
as
right.
you see, the,
Okay, and then the porch, the west porch, can you eliminate that? Is that functioning? Is that
it's a,
the door?
it's an element of the building. Here, if you look at this floor plan, here's our front door. There's an additional, like, 7 or 8 feet of covered porch that's there.
And the setback to the property line to the west is within code?
Oh, absolutely. You can see that porch is further from the property line than the building is at its nearest point.
Okay.
And just as we stated at the last meeting, this board and the neighboring property made comments that we took seriously.
You did.
And we reduced the size and number of windows that face that property in particular.
How about lighting on this porch?
Any lighting that's there will not be wall mounted. It'll be recessed in the ceiling of the porch.
So there are no surface mounted pictures on the porch?
No, sir, none at all.
Okay. All right, do I have any other questions, any other comments from the public? Oh, coming in.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Zachary Analetti. I'm counsel for the applicant, 41 Meeting House Lane, Southampton, New York, 11968. Not really a public comment. I am speaking on behalf of the applicant. There was one more thing I wanted to add with respect to the question about the pool house and the function of the doors.
Wait a minute, what address are you referencing?
This address.
Palitro?
We're at 47 Palitro, what do you?
Correct.
Yes, you're at
But
it.
it's
Okay.
not- It's not a pool house, it's a
Okay.
garage.
Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so my understanding, based on my conversation with the client, is that the doors also function as a way to get like floaties and pool equipment in and out of the garage easier. So
Okay.
it does have, a real functional value.
Well, the thing that gives me comfort is that it's actually not deep enough. Like if people are going to decide to take a garage and use it as a pool house at some point, but the way this is being built, it does not have that, and it's not actually deep enough to put anything inside the bump out part of it. So, okay. Anything else?
That was my only comment.
Okay. Jeff,
There's
No.
a hand up.
another hand up, sir.
Yeah,
Go to the
I'm sorry.
microphone.
Jim Curcio from 41 Pellitro. So I just had two comments. One is I've just never seen a garage that is not being used as a pool house with sliding glass doors that, in addition to sliding glass doors, actually has a bump out on the roof. So this has like a garage roof, and then the side is bumped out so that there's more ceiling height in the garage as well. That's separate. And then just with regard to the hedge, and I know that the architect here has addressed the hedge, but the pictures that they have in the file are very different than the pictures that, and what I'm looking at. So I don't know if those are rendering, but I took this picture before I came today, and this is, and I guess one of those strange things about this area is that this house at 47 Pellitro is about a foot higher than my house on 41 Pelletreau. So in addition to being a foot higher where it's already being built, it's going to go a lot higher. This is the hedge that we're talking about from my side. And I measured, hedges on both sides, if you want to pass that to the board. That this hedge on my side is 8 feet tall from the ground. I do agree that the hedge on the other side is about 15 feet, but this is a significantly smaller piece, piece of hedge, and that's exactly the view from my kitchen. And that house right there is going out another 10 feet, and probably, another 5 or 10 feet higher. Is my comment.
So that's your comment. But what do you actually? Do you have a suggestion? What were you suggesting? Did you
I was just suggesting, additional screening on the west side of the property.
Okay.
And it's what I've been suggesting the whole time I've come. I've been here 3 times.
I might say some additional screening and a lot of fertilizer.
That would be great.
Okay. Here's sir, here's what I see, and probably correct me because I may be crazy, but when I look at, you see by the back of the house, you see that pediment on the second floor, and you see the small bump out there, right here. See that?
Yeah.
And do you see how that's mirrored architecturally in the pool house? So if you're in the garage, if you're in the backyard, but you see when you look at it, they're actually, if I were in the backyard looking at the two of them for a more architecturally interesting look in your backyard, I actually kind of appreciate it. When you look at the ground plan, the depth of the bump out is not deep enough to put a piece of furniture in there. So whether you have a door, a big door in there, because a lot of people do, like we do, is in the winter we take all our pool equipment, we put it in the garage,
right,
and that's where it lives for the winter. And the ability to get in there without going all the way out and over the fence, if that's what they want, I don't really see the garage objection, because what I actually see visually is something that makes for a more interesting backyard, but it's not deep enough in its existence to be anything else but a door into a garage. And like I said earlier, none of us can predict the future with what people will do with the houses down the road, but as they're drawn, as what is currently in the plan, it's not a pool house, it's a 2-bay garage with 2 working garage doors.
With 2 working garage doors. Okay.
So for that reason, this one does not,
I see.
point that back out, because if I were looking in this backyard, this would be much more visually interesting. And frankly, when I'm trying to move chaise lounges in the winter into the garage, this is so much easier. So I actually do kind of understand it, but that from an architecture standpoint, that's where I would come from.
Yeah, I actually didn't see the rendering. I just saw the plan.
It's actually a nice match.
I see. But I do appreciate the pool equipment either going down or going inside the garage.
Yeah.
I think would be a nice thing, because if you look at that rendering, and I would tell you that some of these things that look like photos are actually renderings, because I looked at some of those things and they're not photos. They're totally renderings.
Right.
Trees are in different spots. It just doesn't line up.
Okay.
But that, the back of that garage is where the pool equipment is going to go, essentially backs up right to the seating area of my pool, which is right on the other side,
And where's your pool equipment?
edge. My pool equipment is behind my garage.
Okay.
Which is, the proper setbacks from the side of, it's well set back from that side of the property.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
But the screening would help. I mean, the screening is one of the big issues for us.
Okay, so let's do this. I feel like we don't have any other issues. Is your concern about the porch? Is there another hand? Okay.
Hello.
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 We hear you.
We hear you.
Thanks for your time. I'm the neighbor on the other side, the east side of 49 Pelletreau. My name is Peter Youngman. I just have a couple concerns with the window layout on the east side of the property that I just wanted to bring up and have the board and the builder address if possible. So the first one I'd just like to address is the plans were revised from the March 25th meeting to the April 8th meeting, and in that revision, which is the same plans that were uploaded today into the SharePoint, and if you look at bath 1, the bathroom has 2 windows instead of 1 now. Previously there was 1 window in the center of the bathroom. Now there's 2 windows. One is directly in the shower stall. One is now directly next to the toilet. So, I'm wondering, is it possible to shift back to the old design? Because I think it's a little bit odd that there is a bathroom directly in the window, and it's, I really don't want to see someone using the toilet from their profile in the second window. So that would be my first of my requests. I don't know if we want to discuss that, or I can
Put them all on the table, and then we'll just handle it once.
Great. Second point would be on bedroom number 4, which is, I guess, north of that bathroom number 1. In the revised plans, they decided to increase additional square footage. The lot is already 80 feet wide, which is extremely narrow. Currently, the property line from my property line to the existing structure is 18 feet. Now it's 30 feet. Sorry, it's 30 feet right now. It's going to be 18 feet. I'm hoping that they can remove that bump out. More importantly, with the revised plans, they added a window in that bump out. That window looks directly into the hallway. So I'm concerned, just given the height of the house, that at night you're going to continue to see a lot of light pollution from hallway light being on, bedroom door opening, bathroom opening and shut. The other issue is, I think, when you look on the side elevation, the second window in bedroom 4 is extremely larger than the other windows. That window only looks directly at my property, which is my backyard, my garage, and then my pool with my kids playing in the backyard. I've been to the builder's other property, which is 2 doors down from me, more east, which is 67 Pelletro, and I've been in that property during open houses. They have similar sized windows that look directly over the property line and hedges for their neighboring houses, 59 and 75. Right, so for a rear bedroom, I don't really understand why that window needs to be larger than all the other windows on that side of the elevation, especially when it's looking only at my property. And just given the fact that this is a driveway side elevation, there's no way to install any trees, right, to cover it. The additional things I would just say from the comment is that I do have a pool on my property. My pool equipment is within my garage. The property, which is on the other side of 41, their pool, that's 27 Pelletro, their pool equipment is in their garage also. So my request is, per your suggestion, to, as a courtesy, to move the pool equipment in the garage. And then I looked at the plans. I could not tell from the I guess the survey where the new mechanicals are going to be for the main house. I know that they're listed for the garage, right? And they're going to be shielded by some landscaping. But where's the AC condensers going to be for the main house? I have not seen them on the plan, so I'm wondering if they could just share that. And then finally, is it, if it's possible, just to see, the current house is quite a small house. Is it possible to overlay the new building envelope on top of the existing envelope, so I can just get a sense of where those new windows are going to line up versus my windows on the east side? And that's all I have.
That's
Thanks
a lot.
for hearing me out.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Sir.
Okay, I will start with the windows on the east side of the house. Yes, we did add
How's that labeled in the elevation?
right side east elevation.
Okay.
That would be on page 5 of my drawings. We added windows to that side of the house following the first meeting here, and those were in response to comments made by this board. So, and in order to do that, we had to expand and it's not a bump out. That is in line with the first floor of the first floor. So we didn't introduce anything that's getting closer to a neighboring property. That wall did get a bit wider to accommodate the additional windows.
Right.
Those windows are only 40 inches tall. As they are in bathrooms and in a desk alcove in the rear bedroom. The window closest to the rear of the house is the size it is because it needs to be that size to meet, code secondary means of egress requirements out of a bedroom. That is the only window that is that size on that entire facade of the house. What else can we go? And again,
Could you just inform where the 2 bathroom windows are that he referenced? What's the bottom sill height of that window?
the bottom sill height of that
How far off the
window
ground
would
is it?
be about 42 inches high.
Okay.
Okay. again, I'd just like to stress that this element you see with the 3 smaller windows in it is no closer to the side property than is the first floor.
Okay.
If I can get, I'm trying to go in order, but, none of these windows are in a hallway, as, so, I'm not sure, may have been a misread of the plan. The 3 windows that face the gentleman's property who were just speaking, 2 are in the bath and 1 is in a bedroom.
Yeah, I was referencing that window in the bedroom. It looks directly at the hallway door.
Okay, we're not going to, sir, we take your comments and then we address the applicant. We do not go back and forth. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
As far as equipment, let me get back to the first floor plan. The pool equipment, as obviously stated, is to the west wall of the detached garage, and I don't believe we have any issue at all with sinking the ground level of that area to provide additional sound deadening.
Would you have an issue with putting the pool equipment inside the garage?
I think we would, because then that would reduce the size of the garage. We're very limited in the size garage we're able to build, and putting pool equipment in there would prevent the placement of a full-size car and to be in the garage space.
Well, there's more than one way to skin that cat. If we eliminated the bump out in the garage, took that square footage and put across the back, because you need about 4 feet worth of depth to put a closet in the back that has pool equipment in it.
Then we would lose the aesthetic value of that wall of the garage, which we were trying to maintain.
What is the setback to the pool equipment, the property line?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I do know, this was, everything we did here is in zoning compliance. So, the setback of the building, of the pool equipment, everything, it comports with the zoning ordinance to the letter. As I said, we will definitely drop that floor, the ground where the equipment is, and we're providing a dense boxwood hedge around it in its entirety.
That's at least 20 feet from the property line?
20 feet. Surveyor.
I didn't see it.
I'm sorry, I don't even have a scale with me, but. I'm just gonna go off some other scale dimensions and then we can come to an answer here. We have a 22-foot garage. This rear wall is 22 feet.
I believe that the building inspector requires the pool equipment to be 20 feet from the side property line.
That is not the understanding I had in this zone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, please sit down.
I have a picture of their plan.
Okay.
Now, listen, if that turns out to be accurate, then clearly we would have to relocate it. If that's in a violation, then we would do whatever we needed to do. But again, we paid strict attention to this, which is apparent. But
Okay, and the last question, can you tell us where your mechanicals are? Where are you locating the air compressors?
yes, that would be on the west side of the house in the area that had been a covered porch. So we have an addition from the building. We have an additional 9 feet setback from the property line, which suggests itself as the appropriate place to put the mechanical equipment.
Okay.
And again, all not only further from the property line, but heavily screened.
Okay. Board members, any other comments or questions?
It may be helpful, since you're thinking about all this green screening, to actually have a landscape plan showing it. I know you have images.
Well,
Actually,
I mean, with the box. Yeah, I just meant more of a detailed image of the screening of all of the equipment, AC and pool equipment,
Well,
the box hedge and.
the AC equipment you can't see on the site plan as it's under a roof line.
Okay.
And we're showing what's called out as 3 to 4 foot tricolor dappled willows around that whole area, and beyond that, there's a privet on the property line.
Okay.
All right, so feels like to me we have two outstanding issues. One of your outstanding issues is where's your pool equipment going and is it code compliant? But I assume the building inspector looked at this before it came to us, correct?
I don't know if they saw the landscape plan posted.
Oh, okay.
That hasn't moved. That pool equipment has been in that location since the original submittal.
Right. I'll confirm with them, because what I've heard them say is it has to be 20 feet from the side of the property lines, consistent with what pools are allowed.
Okay. And then my question to you is, would you have, what's the turn radius into your garage? From not the turn radius, what's the distance from the hedge line to the garage door?
Oh, yeah, I always
Like
try
30.
to keep a minimum of 35 feet just for ease of
Okay.
backing out and turning around. So
Okay.
if this property is 80 feet wide, that's certainly more than half of it.
Okay, so then so you're like 45 feet. It's just,
And
ask
then-
yourself, is there a universe where you move the garage enough to the east that you had 4 extra feet in mind that you could put the pool equipment inside it? It would make the garage bigger, but do you have the square footage allowance to do that?
No, we don't. I mean, I have, let's see if I brought this. Oh, I did. Goodness. This is the page that no one ever wants to look at because it's full of numbers and it's terribly boring. Let's see.
And look, we just got interested.
Okay, permitted lot coverage, 3799. No, it looks like we very well may have that. We have 3799 and permitted and 3594 proposed.
Yeah, because the easiest solution would be if you just slid the garage, because I think the depth of because ours is in the back, in a similar situation, there's just 2 louvered doors and the pool equipment's in there. But it seems to me that's about 3.5 feet of depth, and you might have a room that you could put it inside and put doors instead of putting it literally in the garage.
I believe the inspector also allowed us a crawl space within the garage.
Yes, I've seen that.
Beneath the garage.
As long as it doesn't meet certain ceiling heights.
Yes, as long as it's lower than 7 feet.
Yeah, I have to double check but yeah, I have seen that as well.
I have that.
Well, if we're able to, I'm trying to recall if there was a limit to the size of the detached garage in particular. 520. That might be the
Yes, there's
that might be the answer then, because the size of our we're at 511 square feet.
Okay.
So that's the
well, you've heard what the concern is. My answer is going to be if there's a way to. We need to come up with a solution for the pool equipment. We need to figure out if it's code compliant and where it's going. And one of the solutions may be to put it. You can put it actually below grade.
Or if I determine that if it needs to be further from the property line, I'll have to determine, and I think we do, as you just pointed out, I have enough driveway area that I could just simply move the garage the necessary number of feet to the east to give greater setback from the pool equipment to the adjacent property.
To be honest, it's just as easy just to, when they're pouring your basement, to put it down and put it below grade.
Well,
think about that.
There is no basement in the garage,
But there can be. People have them. I'm sorry, people have them. Anyway, any other public comment?
Good evening, Board. Christopher Wall Design and Build. I'm the builder for the project. I have one question regarding the pool equipment. Should it be moved inside? What is the setback regulation then Does it now no longer need to conform to the pool setback and only the setback of the accessory structure?
Well, to move it inside, it couldn't be outside the foundation. The foundation falls inside your foundation setback for the garage.
So therefore, I'd like to say as the builder, if we'd be willing to agree to that.
Okay. Well, what I'm going to suggest we do is go talk to the building inspector and find out exactly where we at is code compliant for pool equipment, and then you understand what the concern of the neighbors
Absolutely.
is, and come back with a solution that makes us all happy.
My only concern, and we'll talk to the building inspector
Okay.
about it, is with the
Right, 'cause
heater
I think we're
inside the
close.
garage. What regulation is there to a heater inside?
Because I think we're close. And my other two comments would be, you'd probably need to agree to do some fill-in maintenance of the hedge on your side to the neighbor to the east to try to fill that in, to fill in a little bit.
The landscape
Which is
plan
what they
notes
do, yeah.
that as well. It
Yeah.
does note on the plan to fill in as
Okay.
needed and maintain as needed.
And since we're going back to look at the pool equipment, one thing I might suggest is the two windows that you have in the basement, in the bathroom on the second floor, see if they could be windows that aren't as deep with a higher sill height.
Okay, well, then I would obviously do all three of them.
Yeah.
The one that's
Yeah.
not in there.
So just consider that. Okay? Because we're close.
So we agree to just do that right now?
Well, you have to come back anyway because you have to talk to the building inspector about the pool equipment.
Or I'll just agree to put it in the garage,
You could agree to put that. You could agree to put it in the garage.
and then it's no longer a discussion with the building inspector.
I'm leaving that up to you, Alex. That's correct, right?
It'll have to be approved by the building inspector to get a permit.
Yeah.
So.
And it'll have to be shown on the plans before we can approve it. So,
Well, but,
yeah.
I mean, if the board can approve this plan, and then the building set will have to get reviewed by a building inspector before they get a permit, so they'll make sure that they're compliant. But
Okay. And would you agree to raising the bottom sill height of those three windows?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I stretched them slightly just to make them
Yeah.
longer, but a couple of inches we could do easily.
Yeah.
Go from 40 to 36 without any issue. That's simple.
Okay. Because I think that appease part of those issues. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comment? Board, then it comes to how do you feel about where we are now with these changes?
Fine. It's been a lot of,
Yeah.
Okay.
okay.
You'll have to mark the,
Yeah.
you'll have to,
He's got to come
you'll
back.
have to mark
Yeah.
the plans.
Sure.
And
accordingly.
sign them.
I'm sorry?
And sign them.
And sign them. Okay.
This set I have, I'll just indicate that the
Yep,
uh,
yeah, we'll,
equipment to be relocated inside the building and
The equipment to be located inside the pool equipment to be located inside the garage. That you agree to fill in and maintain the hedge on both the east and west property lines, and that you're going to make the bathroom windows on the second floor smaller.
perfect.
Okay, if you'll write that and stipulate that and sign that. With that, I'm gonna move to approve the application then. For where am I at here? For 47 Palestro Street. For 47 Palestro Street, with the three stipulated conditions, and those conditions are hedging, fill in on both sides of the property, making the windows on the bathroom on the second floor smaller, facing the east side neighbor, and moving the pool equipment inside the garage. Is there a second?
just, and the landscaping plan is an integral part of the submission.
He said that.
Yeah.
Because this is non-historic, right, or is it?
That's not
Yeah.
historic. It's
He,
So-
he said that.
Okay.
That's assumed? Or-
He said that.
Right, okay, gotcha.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so if you make those changes, I think we've appeased people. We've got some noise reduced, so we're.
That's great.
so
Thank you very much.
And thank you, and thank you.
I don't want to take you, I'll take these outside, mark them up, just bring them back to you.
Yeah,
I
thank
think
you.
There's a table.
Great, thank you.
beyond
Yeah.
All right.
If you can just make sure you just sign each one of those changes.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Will do. All right, thank you very much.
All right. So that takes us up to 75 Down East Lane, construction of a 610 square foot two-story addition.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Frank Kuchera. I'm here with my wife, Maria Flor, she's the owner.
Hello.
And we are proposing the extension of the garage at 75 Down East Lane. I believe our builder was here last time.
Right here. Yes, I was here last time, yeah. I stood in for them last time and they were going to be
Thomas O'Neill
on
and,
the Zoom.
I'm sorry, I wasn't
Oh,
present.
that's
last-
right.
Yep, that last month. Yep.
So my understanding was that one thing is that the elevations we presented were not to what we initially also wanted, which is keeping the existing sort of fabric and of course facade and roof with the same material as existing. So I brought these plans here, which I hopefully can see, and I have them.
It is an extension of an existing structure.
Yeah, this is a lot more than the garage. This is that whole big extension that goes down.
It is, yeah, on the garage, yes.
So I hope you have the plans where the existing building is expressed in the neighbors.
Hang on, I'm gonna get the file because
I don't have them, actually.
I'll have them too here.
I actually did not have them in my pack, so I had to look at them in the.
I don't have them.
I also have a new set of
Thank you. Come on, keep going down.
Okay. Oh, okay. There you go.
Okay. So there's some, maybe we start with what's existing. Let's see this here. So the existing condition is, okay.
Yeah, you have to face everything towards us for it to be right side up on camera. Thank you. Okay.
You can see, yeah, this is probably the best. This is the existing garage. This is the existing main building. It's a house from the 70s. My father-in-law lives there by himself. And the whole idea now is here to create a living space for future help. So that's why we intended to use the garage building and reconstruct the garage in its two garage function and have a living room and a bedroom upstairs. So,
It may look very large on the plans, but we're only going out 20 to the existing.
I'm going to be really honest with you for a minute.
in this survey,
Hang on. I'm going to be really honest with you. These are a mess because your renderings look like you're building a cinder block building. The window plan that you've attached to the window plan that you've actually attached to the plans that I'm looking at don't match the windows in the rendering. There's no demolition plan here. We're having to hunt and peck to try to figure out what you're doing. Normally, we get full elevations and we get renderings and we get a full materials list. And what I'm looking at your quasi rendering here, but when I go back and compare it to your window plan in the back, you've got mullioned windows, but what look like contemporary casements going down the side of this building. It is not possible to look at what you're attempting to do on this beautiful property, this beautiful house, and for 5, 6 volunteer members to actually understand it based on what you've submitted. And the submission deadline for this was a week ago Tuesday, and these drawings are dated May the 10th. So I actually think problem I'm having here is it's kind of unfair to my board members to be hunting and pecking through these at the last minute, which are honestly coming in late. And even if they'd come in on time, because I came and looked through your file, and I don't mean to be mean, but they're kind of a mess because I can't actually look at this picture and these renderings and understand what your siding material is, how your window schedule at the back matches the drawings that I'm looking at. And I don't think we're doing a service to the client, and I don't think we're doing a service to the board members to have materials that aren't better together. I mean, I know that sounds harsh.
Well, with respect, we use the same material as existing. So we're not proposing any new materials.
Well, that may be. But when I'm looking at
The look of it, that the roof
no, but you're not
looks
using
the
it
same as
because
the siding.
the roof is going up saying, well, this is a big addition. And you've got, blank openings down here. We can't really tell without seeing that with the mullions in the windows to understand visually what they look like to comment on. It is possible in rendering to render in the existing to where we would understand what this looks like as a built house.
Rendering, yeah, I agree with you, but
Yeah.
rendering are also a representation. And we are basically, the existing is going to be expanding. So we're doing a plain vanilla job here. It's not like we want to create some really new thing. It's
But
just,
you're-
we also use the same
But you understand that,
foundation.
but you understand that these materials came in the 10th.
But you have some materials here. The
We do
samples
have
are all here.
samples, but
Yeah, no, these materials.
The revisions on the 10th were for colors.
Okay.
We had changed that this would show the
'Cause-
red and this was white, because this is
Okay.
white cedar shake.
I mean, I'll let anybody else speak, but when what I've had to do to go through to try to figure out what's going on here. So if we want to give comments where we can on what we think, but from what I see right now, these are not drawings I would ever sign. And I'm gonna have to sign on it at some point. So,
So you'd prefer the siding to be maybe smaller, thinner pieces that?
no, what I prefer is in your renderings, I understand that it looks the same. Because in your renderings, it looks like you've got a cinder block house attached to a classic, beautiful house.
I mean, it's 6-inch overlay on the cedar shake. It does look like a cinder block, but.
Yeah.
the only
Because
way
there are
they-
rendering programs, because, you know,
Make it skinnier.
we need to know exactly what something's going to look like to approve it, especially something this beautiful, this big piece of land and this expensive.
Yeah.
So these just materials are too thin to be able to actually render a full decision tonight. But based on massing, scale, and location, if you guys want to give them any feedback, I think that's fair since they're here.
More here
Yeah.
on a preliminary
Okay.
basis.
Okay. Anyway,
Well, in order to keep it minimal, it's, we use the same foundation and
no, I get
add to
that.
it, you know?
You're taking it up, and I understand what you're doing. I need to visually see it. And it needs to be, like a material schedule, there needs to be, the window schedule needs to match the rendering schedule or the elevations. It's just, but everyone, from what do you have any comments that you'd like to give them based on what you're seeing right now? So when they come back, they can come back with a better rendered, full, usable set of drawings.
Yeah, labeled existing, proposed, and demolition. More
Even
clearly.
here, does it say what this is? No. We don't know what we're looking at, even here. It's shaded, and what are those shadings? What's the,
With the shadings, you mean the terrace?
I don't know, sir, there's no, could be
Well, the
anything.
green is the land, and then the,
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
Basically, we need materials that we actually understand what we're doing. And these materials don't accurately
Yeah.
help us understand exactly what we're doing so we can understand what we're approving. And I think, because you have to understand that these volunteers that you see up here go through 3 hours of meeting for each one of these meetings, going through plans well in advance, so we come prepared. So for these plans that were stamped the 10th, nobody had adequate time, and even when I'm looking at them to try to help, I can't actually understand what it is exactly that you're trying to build.
We'll add more pages to it. Just the windows.
More pages, I would just say either a better, more sophisticated rendering plan to where visually I understand what you're doing. We need a demolition plan. Your elevations and your rendering should match your window schedule and your door schedule to where when we look, we can understand the totality of what you're building. Because I think my only two actual comments in looking at it for today would be, you're on 1.9 acres, right? It's a big piece of land. So where normally the terraces that we look at, we don't really love big decks, but this one that looks straight in the square into the backyard. So I would want to understand the sight lines from that to if there are any sightline issues to your neighbors. Because one thing is you heard from the last, because you've got a big piece of property, so those neighbors aren't that clear.
Yeah,
but I would still want to understand if there's any light pollution, sound pollution, or sight issues with the neighbor.
It is in a cul-de-sac too, so that the houses are actually very spread wide.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And then my only other comment, based on what I see right now, is right now it looks like a contemporary departure from the more classic style of the existing house. Is that the intention?
No, we are looking to follow the existing. Do you say modern because of the windows?
Yep, because the window size, the rhythm of the windows.
If the board feels there's too many windows, or if you'd like to take some out, there are a lot on this side. I agree with that.
Well, actually, the existing windows sometimes, it's the individual bracing is not there all the time.
Yeah.
You can take them in and out, some of them. So It reflects more or less what is existing too.
I showed that.
Windows,
I
yeah.
think one of the issues is
You
that
see the
when you look
windows,
at the
yeah.
rendering, it looks like all the additional windows are some sort of, like windows I would see at an armory.
An institution.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure that's not your intention. You've indicated
That's
that
what I
you're,
thought.
you're drawing, you're gonna have basically an extension of the existing house and all its elements, but it
That's
doesn't,
right.
it doesn't
Yeah.
show up, it doesn't show up that way.
Okay, so we can work on the presentation of the elevation. The volume and regarding the terrace was also indicated to not just have an abrupt ending of the structure,
Right,
but,
yeah.
to ease it out a little bit into the property and give it an ending, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
And-
terms of the scale,
And the scale and the volume,
for me, I have no issues with the scale and the volume, yeah.
Honestly, at first glance, the scale and the volume don't look fine. It just looks like the window openings compared to the window openings in the existing house is a very different.
okay, we'll work on that.
Is that what you see? Because you would see more than I would.
One of them have mullions and the other doesn't.
Yeah, and the rhythm, the window
There's
rhythm,
some big ones.
and the window rhythm in the addition versus the window rhythm in the house.
Well, if you want to have a look at the
Some
previous.
windows have grids and some don't on the pre-existing house.
Is that because they fell off? I mean,
You're right.
Well, you
Are they the
see-
ones that block
You
it?
see it here.
and they're so annoying because when they come out,
Can't
it's
speak
really
from the
hard to put it back
audience.
in. You almost have
Can't
to
speak from
super
the
put it
audience.
back in. Yes.
You see it here,
Yeah.
the top, have it, and the others don't.
Okay. Well, I think you hear where we're coming from.
But you see it in
we
Yeah.
need to make them
you
look
see it
more
in a
like-
lot of houses that, sometimes they have.
No, I have.
But Mark made a good point about the existing house window rhythm as opposed to the new addition window rhythm to maybe
Yeah.
pick up on the rhythm of the windows.
We could work on the rhythm.
Yeah.
It does look, it goes like 2 by 2
Yeah.
by 2, so maybe we'll take one out here.
And just
Two.
and sort of overall, take a look at the window to wall ratio of the existing house and compare it to the window to wall ratio.
Yeah.
And also the depth.
We
Yeah.
can take a
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah. All right. Are there any comments from the public? You think you can have all this ready by June 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd like us to adjourn?
Yeah. No, we would use the photos. We didn't know how many you really want, but we can add these photos, no problem. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and they will be due the Tuesday prior. to the 10th
Tuesday
meeting,
prior, yeah,
so it would
I
be
got that. I'm sorry that we are, running, we
No,
came from.
I understand.
Germany.
From my board members.
No,
This is
I-
a lot.
I'm-
This
I'm
is a
so-
lot
I'm
to go
sorry
through every
for
2
that
weeks.
late hand, I wrote that down. Well,
Okay,
thank
so-
you very much for having us.
And there were no public comments? Did I ask? Okay, motion to accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to June 10th for 75 Down East Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Next up is 7 Meadowgrass Lane. All right. Can you hear me? I can. If you'd like to introduce yourself, that would be great.
Yes, my name is John Ferraro. I'm the architect.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yep. Right now,
Well,
I see a beautiful place I'd like to be, but okay. There we are.
Can you see the drawing?
I see renderings.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I'm responding to the last meeting. Things wanted to work on, and I'm going to go through them now.
Please.
Okay. All right. So we reduced the size of the windows on the second floor because they're towards the bottom of the house. That's not overwhelming. We removed white trim on the corner to this side, so that it was more in line with both below. We centered on the side above the garage door, and we increased overhang on this side, symmetry the overhang on.
Oh, we're having a hard time hearing you. You're breaking up a little bit.
Right? Is this better?
No.
I'm speaking right into my microphone.
Can I do the explanation?
Yeah, there's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah, John, you're breaking up. Joseph Fontana, I'm representing the owner.
Okay.
Can you
The,
speak into the mic?
The changes that we made, or John made on these drawings.
Yes, pull the mic all around toward you. There you go.
There you go.
They're directional. They don't pick up from far away.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. Sir, introduce yourself.
Joseph Fontana.
Joseph Fontana. Okay.
The changes that we made to on these drawings are the smaller windows on the extensions on the top floor. That was an objection at our last meeting. Then the two overhangs are now matching on the right and the left on the second floor. There was also the comment made to align the windows with the garage. Those were basically, as I remember, the comments that the board had made at the last meeting.
So are the second floor windows, they're different, right?
They were larger. That was the objection at the
No,
last meeting.
to each other. Are they meant to,
Are they the same size? Is that the question?
yeah.
John, they are the same size, the two? Yeah.
So, but then on the, I don't know what direction we're doing, to the left, that's set back or that's flush?
That's flush with the right side.
Yeah, that weird setback.
Yeah, so what's underneath why is there's something underneath the left-hand side that is not underneath the right-hand side window?
For the right-hand side window bumps
that's
out
what the house sits
rock,
back.
that wall.
There's a roof. It doesn't show in the flat drawing, but there's a roof line change.
Yeah, there is a different roof line.
Can you go back? Can you go back one page on your drawings? Did you actually have a 3/4? There.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, because it looks weird in the flat drawing.
Yeah.
And there are no changes to the rear, only to the front?
Only to the front.
And those are, wow. It still seems, this is the one that we thought was top-heavy,
Yes.
and I still think it's top-heavy. Do you?
I think the issue we also had is the volumes didn't match up from the first floor to the second.
Correct. It's still, and it has to do with, the left side is so dense, right?
Jane, Nina?
It might be helpful to have some context, you know, because it's a bit sort of like an isolated object the way it is, but maybe it would be clearer if we had trees to put it to scale, you know, a little bit of surrounding context. I suspect with surrounding context, perhaps it would look better. That maybe the house is not as tall.
Nina, can you pull the mic to you?
Sorry, I believe that maybe if you added some surrounding context, it would help us to see the scale. But to me, it looks improved from last time for sure, and I don't have too many objections. Do you have the materiality of the shingles? Is it natural material or no? What does it say here? Matches existing?
It's existing.
Okay.
What is it?
It's shingle. Is it shingle or clapboard?
It's a cedar shingle.
Yeah, because half of those
Yeah,
houses are
yeah.
clapboard and half of them are cedar shingle in there.
Yeah. We went around through the neighborhood to see how these additions were made, and it seems that there were some that match exactly what we're doing here, so that's why we thought there would be no objection to it.
Jane, do you have anything?
No, I was just trying to see what the changes were from this last time. That's what I had the last time.
Yeah, because last time our complaints were this was set at the roof edge, the volumes didn't match, heavy boards, the windows were too big, and there was a weird cutout in the roof.
Yeah, oh, you're right.
Yeah. Jane?
I think it's coming along. Big difference from last time.
Right.
I don't have any objections to it.
Any comments from the public? Only one fired up public project tonight. Okay. All right, here, from my perspective, I think you took our comments to heart. I think the changes you've done, these are small houses. This one's probably one of the most prominent of all the houses in that neighborhood because where it sits on the turn of that corner.
That is true.
So it gives it a very prominent location, which is why it's also sort of precedent setting a little bit for that neighborhood, which is nice actually. My perspective, you really listened, you made the changes we asked for, and I think it's considerably improved, and I think now it doesn't look out of balance and top-heavy the way it looked in our last rendering for it. So I'm going to motion that we approve the drawings for move the application for 7 Meadowgrass from drawings dated
The 6th.
May 6th. Is there a second?
Second.
No.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're up to 59 Roscoe Drive. Hello.
Hello. Michael Macrina, the architect for the client,
Okay.
97 L Main Street, Stony Brook, New York.
Oh, this is the copper stripe, right? Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
So, as per last month's meeting, we discussed removing the stone from the chimney and going with brick. So we have here a nice brick chimney with corbelling and a terracotta cap. We also removed the eyebrow dormer, which was not wanted.
Okay.
Yep.
And we replaced all the copper, the little bit of, we have a little bit of metal on each side, just a little accent roofing on the side elevations. And we went from copper to a nice silver. I spec'd a turn metal, but turn metal is like a very light gray color, very soft.
And where is that?
Just on the, you can see it on the left elevation on the bottom.
Oh, I see.
It's just up in the
Oh,
gable.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
It's
just
It's
a
like
little bit.
It's like a little pep.
Yeah.
We didn't want to do too much metal, just a little
Right.
accent.
I know you like that. It's okay. You've been very.
Okay.
Well, I liked the house the whole time. It was the decorations that I didn't like so much. So I don't object to this. I have a personal thing against the metal, you know. You could tell.
I kept it middle.
I know, okay.
How does the metal weather?
It's nothing.
It'll maintain the same color.
Silver.
Oh, it will.
Yeah.
It's that same. You've seen it before, Nina, around here.
What's the
It's a
manufacturer?
trope.
For the,
Well,
it's standing. It's
standing
paint
thing.
aluminum standing.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a trope of Southampton now.
They do that.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I know.
The
I
eyebrow
understand.
window was before, but we're into the next generation there.
Nina, do you have any comments?
No, I agree with Susan. It's,
Yeah, definitely improved.
Thank you.
I think.
My only issue that seems to be out of place is the chimney pots. I don't know, a flat chimney seems to fit the house better. I'm not sure if that's an affectation or if that's your signature.
There's something special about seeing a brick chimney with the pot on top. It just kind of
that's
it just
exactly
ends.
it.
You know, just I don't know.
I don't know that.
I don't know. This.
I think that's really special if I'm in Staffordshire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We're not in Staffordshire.
It seems like an affectation.
All right.
Okay.
What we worked really hard to do is remove the frippery from this house, and I think
Understood.
that's the last little piece of frippery that was on the house, just to calm it down and
We can
make
take it
more-
out.
So if
Save my clients some money.
if you'll agree to remove the terracotta chimney,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
Are there any comments from the public? Okay.
So
Aye.
a big X through the.
So what
Yeah,
you're
and
gonna,
then
what
you-
you're actually gonna do is you mark it on the drawing, you're gonna sign it, and then you'll send through the building department an updated rendering with it not there,
Okay.
and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so I could just mail out or bring
Or
me
email.
a copy or
Yeah.
email.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why that
You
works.
could send it on the interweb. Okay.
Great.
But mark that, sign it. give it
Can
Yeah.
you just sign it and get an approval tonight?
Yeah, we're about to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so motion to approve 15 on Roscoe Drive with drawings dated May, or stamp drawings from May the 2nd with the removal of the terracotta chimney pot. Is there with the stipulation of the removal of the terracotta chimney pot, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
You did it.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
Now.
moving along. Okay, now to new matters. Do you want to remind people
Michael,
of
just
where
make
you're
sure
missing
Alex gets
affidavits?
those to be added to the
Sure.
file. Those are the changes.
I'm missing Ruth Wood, 51 North Captain's Neck Lane, Joseph Sabara, 60 Corrigan Street. Oh wait, did you gave me
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
No, my affidavits for Corrigan were dropped off this morning for the town.
The village?
Joseph Sabara. Okay.
Alex, just the elevations.
Alex, can you check the file for Joseph Sabara?
Yes.
Because I didn't see it in here. I'll check again. 60 Corrigan. What's that? No. Where is that? Where was that? Where was that though?
Oh, this?
Yeah. No. No, it was not. And I'm missing 82 Captain's Neck Lane.
I don't think, does anybody have materials in 82 Captain's Neck Lane? Those are the driveway gates for Ruttenberg. Did
I
anybody
don't
get
think
anything?
we do.
I don't think anybody's
I
have any
don't know.
materials for it.
Okay.
All right. So 325 Cooper Neck Lane, do you have the affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
Great. 325 Cooper Neck Lane.
Sorry, John. Sorry, I gave you a start there, John. Okay,
You'll
so I have
introduce
60
yourself
Corrigan.
into the microphone, Lucy.
Hi, my name is Seo Liu. I'm the architect for 325 Cooper's Neck.
Okay.
So this lot we're gonna add. I need to take my glasses. We are going to enclose the open porch here, and we're gonna enclose the open porch here, and we're gonna add a open porch here and this corner, and turn this porch with trellis into a covered porch. That's what we're gonna do. And I think this one is has the landscaping plan on it, so we are going to do landscaping here, and the wetland buffers here and here. I think it might be easier to see. There's actually highlighted. These two are open porch, and the rest of the place is just enclosed porch. On the bottom is the existing, on the top is proposed on the drawing. So this portion is an open porch. We're gonna enclose it. And this portion is an open porch. We're gonna enclose it. And this part is gonna be proposed open porch. And there's a little pieces.
Okay, there you go.
A2? A2?
She's an A2.
Oh, sorry. Parts.
Okay.
You're oriented.
Well, it's actually,
It's really simple, but it's just little pieces here and there.
oh, you say that now. Okay, hang on. We're just trying to,
Yeah.
it's hard to look at this one's actually hard to look at the flat drawing. You actually have to look at the interior plan to actually understand what the flat plan says, so I'll just.
Maybe if I show you the photograph, might be a little bit easier. So this part has a trellis. We're gonna add, we add a little bit porch here, add a little bit porch on the other side, just make it one open porch.
So you're squaring off the corner of the porch.
Yes, this is the side of the property.
Okay.
And then this is the front of the property. This little area right now is an open porch. We enclose it. So I think that's basically what it is. And then if you look at the elevation, it's really almost identical, top and bottom. So this is the west elevation, and then you can see this is the trellis, that's the open porch on the A4. And then this, I'm kind of myself a little disoriented. Yeah. So you can see here is existing, this is proposed, and it's open porch with a window there. That's A4. And A5, this is actually the front of the house.
Yep.
So you can see this open porch is enclosed. And this part open porch is enclosed. So this window will match the window next to it. Right now it's just a door with a window. And this part is trellis turned into an open porch. And then this is the side that it's on the north side. And it's just one big open porch. And all materials, styles, color, everything match existing, because what we're really adding is compare with this, the original house is minuscule, so it's everything just match.
Board members.
Just, we had a quick question
On the west,
on the west elevation. What's the existing and proposed? What's the difference?
just gonna close it in.
Oh, you're gonna close it in, but we don't see the final,
The west elevation,
the proposed west elevation.
nothing is enclosed on that side.
You have
So
a
it's
bubble
got a
around
bubble.
the new part. I'm just wondering how
Oh,
it
I
differs.
bubbled the part that has changes.
Yeah, but
So
I don't
what
see
is
any
the change?
changes.
Oh, the changes is that this is existing is the trellis.
Oh,
So
So
when
your
you
roof,
look at
you're
it's
putting a
al-
roof over what is currently a trellis.
Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
it almost looks almost identical.
it does.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's why I bubble it. Normally I don't even
It's good.
bother.
Those bubbles are
It's
good.
very, very,
For
very
me.
hard to detect. So I bubble.
All right.
Thank you, yeah.
Do you have any? I don't have any.
Anybody?
I think it's okay.
This is pretty simple. Any comments from the public?
Usual enthusiasm.
Okay, so I am going to move to accept the application for 325 Cooper Snack Lane with drawings dated, what's your drawing date? December, no, I know what's your drawing date.
I was using the older. I printed one.
Okay, with drawings dated 4/10/23, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, next up, 79 Johnny Lane.
We have affidavits and they're in order.
Sorry.
79 Johnny Lane?
Oh, no, sure. Not you.
79 Johnny Lane.
Only one.
Okay, give me a few minutes. Anybody back there? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Mark, we have to do a demo evaluation on that.
For which? 79?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, sadly, here it is. A shack after my own heart.
And the next one.
Okay.
It's also.
Did you guys drop by and look at the house?
I did, yeah.
Yep. Any objection? Any objection? Any objection? Any objection? Any objection to a demo on this house?
No, except
Okay.
I love these little houses.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Nina and I are gonna move into one
But
of these.
there's nothing in it that would make
There's
it.
nothing we can do. That's right.
Okay, so a motion to agree to not landmark the current residence located at 79 Johnny Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, are you there?
I will.
Yes, sir. How are you? Ryan Castellano, representing the residents at 79 John Lane.
Great.
How are you members doing tonight?
We're good, thank you.
Excellent. I know it's been a long night, so I'm going to try to keep this short and simple, if you don't mind.
Yep, we don't mind.
The property is located on the corner of Vance Lane and Johnny Lane. There is a tennis court off to the side of the residence, a public tennis court, which we're screening with, let me actually share my screen for a second here. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a public tennis court over on this side of the residence, which we are currently screening with arborvitaes and things of that nature. It's right to the architecture.
Isn't there screening there
What we're
already?
proposing is a twin gable
Yeah.
here with an 8-hatch garage. This is an inaccessible balcony with the dog warmers and all that other good stuff. Trying to keep it in a traditional sense to the village's requirements. We're doing white trim with natural cedar siding on there. Same thing with the white windows, all that good stuff, and Danish blend brick. And we are basically repeating the same thing on the other side, and we'll be using dark sky compliant wall sconces over here. Other than that, everything else will be under soffit, underneath the balcony there, or underneath right here. And then we just have to, by code, we have to put some other lighting out there. But other than that, it's a very simple project, and I would love your feedback.
Well, why don't you take us through the materials, colors?
Oh, so the cedar is natural. The roofing is going to be natural cedar, and then all the trim and windows are going to be white.
Okay. Let me ask you, have you built this house before?
No.
Okay. Because it looks strikingly similar to a couple of other houses we've seen. Okay.
I think their inspiration was a house with some dormers. I don't know if they saw it in this village or if they saw it somewhere in Sag
Yeah.
Harbor, but that was the inspiration behind it.
Board members.
Yeah. Obviously, this is a neighborhood that's changing. The houses are large. The scale is obviously much larger than the ranch that's there in some of the other houses. Is it totally out of whack for the neighborhood? No. So I can't say that it's disharmonious necessarily. But it seems to be heavier and more substantial, and this has to do with scale, the human scale of it. And I think starting with the the dormers and the on the roof, and maybe all over the house. But well, you need some. But I don't know. It just seems. The human scale seems out of proportion.
I can type that.
Nina, thoughts?
And I might add that, and that's adding to that is the treatment above the door, and then the what I assume are floor to ceiling windows. It's just it's a lot. The scale is massive.
There's no floor to ceiling windows on this,
What?
other than in the back of the doors.
Oh, maybe it's just windows.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just the
standard
rendering.
6 foot high windows.
Okay.
They look like doors above the balcony.
Oh, up here. you're talking about. Okay.
Are they? No.
Do you have a third floor finished house here?
No.
So the dormers to nowhere?
Yes.
Okay, my first comment would be, right now it looks like a house from a residential neighborhood in Westchester, because it's got way too much detail going on it. That's not necessary. It's not design honest, because you've got windows that go to nowhere. So the one thing I would object to are the dormers, because I think they take your eye up instead of centering the house and bringing it back down and weighted. And you don't find this kind of weight on houses in Southampton. So that would be my probably one comment about that. But I'm going to throw it to Nina.
Yeah, I would agree. I would pay attention to the architectural typology of the traditional.
Microphone, if you would.
Sorry. I would pay attention to the architectural typology of existing neighborhood in Southampton, from traditional architectural building methods and materials. And I would also pay attention to the scale of the surrounding houses in the neighborhood. I just, whether these are 3-story houses mainly or 2-story houses, I would suspect maybe more like 2-story houses, but I haven't done a study of the surrounding neighborhood yet. I don't know what to comment, except that it seems oversized and a bit ornamental in relation to the surrounding architectural typologies.
So you've heard my comments, and I think other comments on the board about the dormers. Because when you go to the back of the house where you don't have them, you go to your south elevation where you don't have them, it just looks calmer. And it's more in keeping with sort of a general aesthetic and a massing and a scale that we see in Southampton versus over ornamentation of houses. The one comment we're going to question, of course, now I realize that it's facing a tennis court. What size is that balcony?
Currently that balcony is. Hang on one second, I'll tell you. You got it written over here. It's about 15 by about 9 or 10. Right there. 10 by 15. Yeah.
Okay, that feels a lot bigger than balconies we're generally approving these days.
Well, I mean, this is also a very unique case because the balcony is.
No, because then you're going to come back and say, last house I did, you approved it. So we're balcony that we have not been, because there are side yard neighbors here. We have not been approving balconies to that size.
Yeah, I mean, but you also usually have a residence next to you. I have a public tennis court.
What about on the other side?
There's a neighbor to the side. And then my only other question is, I feel like the sliding door that's in the center of the south elevation. Well, I guess we're not continuing the banding across there. That's a quibble. Are there surface mount? There must be surface mounted fixtures across the back of the house.
Just right here, and then everything else is underneath.
Okay. What page are you on?
SK41. I don't see that either.
Yeah, our renderings don't match what you're showing us. Because there are no surface mounted fixtures on the drawings that I'm looking at. And there seems to be a heftier detail, which I kind of like, over the two sets of sliding glass doors facing the back.
Like that one.
Yeah.
How many sliding glass doors are on the back there?
One, two sets here, and then I have a double for the kitchen.
And those are eights? Nines?
Eight.
Eights, okay.
Yeah, no, I don't do nines unless, it's 11 foot plate, but this is a 10 foot meter fine.
Okay. Well, from my perspective, the two comments I would have is I think we might want to discuss a reduction in the size of the balcony. And I think the dormers across the front overweight the house, and when I talk about frippery, because they're not design honest, because they actually don't go anywhere. So I would say those are a problem and inconsistent with architecture of Southampton, especially historic architecture that's near that neighborhood but not in it. But what it's reflective of, and we need a rendering showing. You'd probably need to send us the rendering that you just showed us first, that showed all the existing surface mounted fixtures.
Okay.
Other board members?
Well, on the rear elevation south, look, those sliding doors are so monotonous and lined up.
That's centered on that. That is centered on that cable. And this is split evenly on that cable.
I get it, but the choice of, you don't have to have sliding doors all the way across there. There are a lot of them, right? Even under the balcony. That's a sliding door, right?
Well, there's one sliding door, two, three sliding doors, which is very normal. And then you got for the balcony,
4, 5.
a swing or a slider.
What about the other two over here?
Well, one's probably a living room. I haven't looked at the interior, but one's probably a living room and that's a family room.
Yes, living room, family room, kitchen.
I don't know, it just looks monotonous to me. Fine.
I don't like where the columns are in front of the door. I think that's disconcerting to
the back.
Yeah, on the rear elevation south.
Well, if there's no balcony or smaller, it would be so much it's measured out in a way that's monotonous. Even if the balcony were much smaller, for instance, not so symmetrical, but everything is, 2 by 2 by 2. Just, I completely agree about the dormers and the main part of the house. Just extra stuff. And maybe if I don't know. It seems, he says frippery, I think fussy. For where it's located.
I do have a quick question about the double columns. Is that ornamental or structural? The fact that
Structural.
there are two of them, it's structural.
Yeah, that'll be structural, yeah.
If we reduce the size of the balcony, we could reduce it to one column.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
It depends on the thickness, and there's a lot of other things.
There's a window in the way. I don't know.
I will say this, I would say that the two column matching on the balcony, even when we lose the depth of the balcony above, in the world of form follows function, they're just a rhythm, whereas they don't serve their own purpose. Because the rhythm of the columns of the balustrades for the balcony above should serve a purpose for the balustrade, not for the columns below. Well, you've heard the comments.
Yeah, so we don't like the dormers.
Nope.
Okay.
You're going to think about the balcony.
I'll think about the balcony, but again, I'd like to just you to consider that, we're 55 feet from the property line here, and we're looking at a public tennis court, and we're 80-something feet, 81 feet to that property line.
Mhm.
And I mean, once this is all thrown in,
All I can tell you is you need votes, and you've heard the board's concern. That's what I can tell you.
Okay, well, I'd just like to, make that
Okay.
point, that's okay.
Okay.
And yes, we heard your concerns with the dormers up here, getting them off, that's not a big deal. We'll see, we'll do it with we'll show the lights on the next one, we'll give you a cut sheet for the wall sconce that you want to use.
Okay.
Then we'll look at it and examine the columns, but, at some point that there's a life safety issue that we have to consider too, so. Well, we'll certainly look into it.
Okay.
And what about the front? Are you okay with the 2 columns in the front?
I would have the same comment about the railing, because it's the matching of the railing balustrades to the columns below feels contrived to me, which is not, around here. It's, that's what takes it to Westchester for me versus being more honest to what we normally see in massing and scale in Southampton normal architectural language.
And this isn't a functional balcony anyway,
No.
correct?
No, this isn't. No, this is just, this is just a picture window behind it.
How deep is
Those
it?
aren't doors, those are windows.
Those are windows. This is completely inaccessible.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is that balcony right there.
You'll be that guy. You're going to be the guy that comes back. We just had one of these houses, same situation, came back and asked to change them back to doors because they couldn't figure out how to get in and clean the top of the balcony. All right. Well, you've heard the comments. Can you be ready by June 10th?
I can be ready before that if you want.
Did I miss it, or did you ask for public comment?
I thought I did. Public comment?
Oh, so sorry.
Thought I did. I apologize.
That's right. Rob Coburn, Hill Street, Southampton. I walk in this neighborhood all the time. I agree with the comment that this is a little overstated versus and a little more formal than a lot of architecture in the village. I will say this neighborhood has 4 or 5 houses that are overstated in the same way. So it's become a little bit the vernacular of the neighborhood. My only request would be, if you could put the rendering back up, could you put a little more detail or heft on the top of the chimney? It looks really speckish. I don't know if you can build out a little bit.
When I first looked at the house, I thought it looked too short for the house.
It has to be 2 feet minimum above the roof line.
Could it build out at the top or just have a little cap? I have a thing for chimneys that look undersized, and this one does on the top.
You hear that?
Yes, something's undersized.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
short, yeah.
Thank you.
Terracotta
Yeah.
pots?
Thank you, Rob. Any other public comment? All right. Motion to accept motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment to June the 10th for 79 Johnny Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. 32 Moses Lane.
Yeah, we have a demo on this one too.
This isn't the house that's already missing, is it?
And as always, I advise doing the demo first.
Is this the one? No.
Yeah,
It's gone?
we should do the demo.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so, Moses,
Do you want us to go ahead and discuss the demo first?
I do.
Okay.
No,
We have to do the demo.
Leo Architect for 32 Moses.
Okay.
I have photos of the neighborhood. I think it's in the folder, it might be too small to see here. It's in the folder. And then I also have photos of the existing house. It's also in
we
the
have those.
folder. Yeah, it should be in the
We can see
folder.
them, Lucy.
So you see the front, the rear, and the side of the house. So it's a little
Yeah.
hard to take complete of the side because it's close to the house.
Okay.
And
Hold for a minute. Board members, did you have a chance to drive around and look at the house?
Yes, and I'm curious and concerned about when the house was built. The fact is it's a 4 square. And if it's an original 4 square, when the consulting firm, I don't know, half a dozen years ago, A&B or whatever, one of the things that they commented about was the loss of the 4 square houses in the village. So I don't know what the date is. I didn't see it on any of the plans unless submissions. But if it is one of the original 4 squares in the village of Southampton, I'd like Zach to take a look at it before there's a determination to demolish it.
I don't think they were, the historic ones were brick.
No, it's not brick.
It's not brick.
Oh,
It's brick.
Oh, it's
No.
cedar. Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree.
I believe.
Jeff,
Look at the
that we
windows
need
though.
I looked at the window on the
Side.
gable
Yeah.
looks very, very old, so I'd like to know how old the house is, and I'd like a historical report.
So can you throw me those pictures for 1 second?
This one?
Yeah.
Here, I have them.
Because the truth matters, I believe if I looked at the real estate listing, I think which are notoriously wrong, but I think the original 4 square build date on this is about 1910 or 1915. It's an old house.
Yeah.
And now there has been a very large extension was put on the back of it. And it was put on sometime, I think, in 1979 or 1985. Does that sound right to you? Because it was a period of time where this whole business here, that was originally 4 square, and this is business, the back business was all added. But the core of the house, the original build date, I believe, is 1910 or 1915.
But where does that leave us? Is it going to be landmarked?
The question becomes, do we need to have it looked at to make sure there's nothing about it that would give us reason to landmark it? It's not in a historic district.
Right.
But but it's worth asking the question at least. I don't think you'll find it's a work of a prominent architect, just because there are many of them. They'd be interesting. The one thing that would be interesting to also know is if it was a Sears Roebuck house originally.
Okay.
Well, those are two different ways to approach this.
Okay, so.
Well, a lot of the 4 squares we have here were, but okay.
Okay, so this actually, this edition, I'm putting up I actually just got this recently because it's very hard to foil in the village. They're so busy, and I just got it. So
What
that's
is
why.
that? Oh, that's the plans for the addition?
No,
It
that's
was
it.
the original edition. It was done in 1993.
Okay.
And I foiled it finally. Okay, so it's done 1993. It's so this is the addition in the back. They
It's even
added,
newer than I thought. Good.
they added twice, 1993 and 1995, and then that's the basically half of the house was not original,
Right.
and the
Is
inside.
that the card? Does it actually say anything else about the age of the house on that thing?
No, I looked at it.
Okay,
It didn't
thank
say anything.
Those are cards.
No.
Okay.
But it's probably I think what Mark said is that the age is probably correct, but we don't really know exactly.
So why don't we have Zach look at it then?
Well, we're going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what we're going to do is we're going to have Zach look at the housing report. In the meantime, I think since here, we'll also give comments on the current plan while she's here, because we are going to ask for a historic report, just so we know.
Okay, all right, so, we know the back of the house, 50% of the house is not original. And then, the proposed plan, actually, we should just go straight to the elevation, right?
Okay.
That will be A5. So the homeowners they come to visit Southampton all the time, and they finally decided to build a dream house for them to retire, and they really like gambrel roof, and it's actually not in fashion right now, but they love the gambrel roof, so we have the gambrel roof, very typical traditional way of doing it, and that's the front of the house, and then this is the back of the house. Oh, before I forget, actually they are not demolishing the house; they are donating it to Habitat of Humanity.
In whole or in part?
I think in whole. That's what she said. He
They're
said.
gonna move the house.
I don't really know the detail. I did provide drawings for them, but I don't know the detail. But they're gonna donate it. Yeah. They just want me to mention it.
Well, they'll have to do more than mention it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will ask the detail from the
Good.
people who.
We don't, it has nothing to do with what we're doing.
Yeah, I
All right,
will
let's
ask
stay on the
this.
architecture for right
Okay,
now
so
because we got
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
until we know more from Zach. We don't know what we're doing about the demo, but let's
It's the-
talk about the
it's the-
proposed architecture.
Okay, it's the back of the house, and you know the house right now currently has a roof balcony that's 11 feet by 23 feet.
I'm sorry.
And then,
The
so,
parties
but
up
they,
there?
they said they don't want a big balcony, they have a tiny one.
And
which
you
is
said
about-
good thing those people never approve of. But go ahead.
No, it has currently, so they're asking for 6 foot by 13 feet. Just just so they can come out to have a sip of coffee. And then, so that's the back of the house, the side of the house. And then we have a garage right now, but it's like a weird size. It doesn't really let the car go in deep. It's not deep enough, so I'm bumping back a little bit on one side. So this is facing the street. This side is facing the street. This side facing the street. Right now, actually, just a window. It's really no doors there. I don't think it was really used for garage. It's on the survey, it says it's a garage. I guess it's more for storage or a studio or something.
1910, it could have been a barn.
So we have a garage door, put it in the front, and then I just bumped it back a little bit so that a car can go in. That's the garage, and then we do have a pool house. The lot is very, very long and very deep.
It was actually surprisingly deep.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very, very deep. So the pool house, I just want to show it to you. The house is here, the pool house is all the way in the back, very far. So I don't think it's visible from the street, but I'm gonna show it to you anyway here. So this is the pool house. Pretty basic, 15 feet by 27 feet. And then a cabana, it's a open covered porch area. And that's my presentation pretty much. Oh, the material is gonna be a basic color and material. It's just white.
Oh, it's white?
Windows and doors and.
I'm
the
sorry,
trim.
you said it's a White House?
No, the windows and
Oh,
doors and the material is all gonna be cedar natural. The siding cedar natural, the roofing cedar natural, and the doors are all gonna be white with white trim. They like traditional, everything traditional.
They like us.
I hope this is all I have.
All right, board members.
Let me start. So, Lucy, you mentioned that they love coming out here to Southampton. They love the architecture. You just said that they love tradition, yet they want to tear down a house that represents the very fabric and nature of the village. Now, let me say my piece.
I will for a minute, but okay.
I've been here for 9 years.
Okay.
Okay, and this is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. We may be limited in what we can do, but I would ask, and this is an appeal to the property owners, and it may be totally out of our purview, but in the sake of community, and if they truly love tradition and they truly love Southampton, perhaps looking at preserving that house is worthwhile. Now, we'll move on to the architecture in front of me.
I don't disagree with you, by the way.
I know you don't. And we're limited in what we can do. But I can share that with you, and to the extent that the applicants are listening, maybe they'll take it to heart. That's all I can hope for. We'll have Zach do his report. Maybe it fits the criteria for landmarking. We'll get to that. But as far as the architecture goes, especially in the context of destroying a house of true traditional fabric, you're creating a house here that lacks tradition. It's an affectation in many ways of what's traditional. It's not a, it's a house that's been built here in other cases, and but there are certain things, the eyebrow windows, the curved slope roofs, which are, in my view, affectations that we've spoken about before. If there's a desire to do something more traditional, and if we can't preserve the house, and if they choose to take it down, then I would like to see a house that is more traditional, without some of the different moldings, and without the slopes, and without the eyebrow window. Anyway, that's my piece.
Okay.
For some reason, I actually like how it looks. I hate eyebrow windows though, but I didn't think it looked that bad. I could get rid of that, but I thought it was pleasant. It's sad to tear down a traditional old house, but that's what's happening here. So unless they change the laws, I don't know what we're going to do about it. I thought it was pleasant and appropriate.
Just curious, where did they see this type of roof in the neighborhood here in Long Island? Is that where they got the inspiration, the owners?
We have many Dutch gables.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's proportionate, pleasing, symmetrical. I don't have any objections to the design.
Jade?
I find it hard to look at the design when I don't know whether the four square would remain. So I would like to
Okay.
get Zach's report before I really have a comment on it. My only comment would be the pool house doesn't seem to match the front house at all in style. Pool house looks very,
Okay. And here would be my comments. I again, I think the eyebrow window to nowhere. I think when you over embellish embellish a house and give it affectations that are not design honest, that's not how houses were built out here, and it goes against it a little bit the language. I think, and same thing when my other objection is when you go to the rear elevation, you sort of almost have the contemporary dormer that comes off the center between the two Dutch colonial peaks feels odd to me, or feels out of character for a house for people that like traditional houses. It looks like an element that's made and has to exist because of the gigantic windows that are going. And I don't know if that's an open center or if that's a second floor or what, but I think you're making a unnecessary roofline adjustment for windows in order to make them as big as humanly possible. That's what it feels like. So I think if that could come down, those would be my. I think the window wall ratio is fine. I think the small balcony is wonderful. The port is that. I'm assuming that's a porte cochere in the front. Is that, or is that a covered patio? Am I looking sideways? That's a covered patio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here it's a covered patio.
It's a covered patio. That's fine. Okay.
Because they don't want any covered patios here, where
Okay.
they like more sun. So
Okay.
this is the only part we have a covered patio.
Okay. So those are my comments for now.
Okay.
In the meantime, we'll put it out to Zach and we'll get him to do a historic report, and because then we do have to actually then address the building.
Okay.
Are there any public comments?
Rob Coburn again on Hill Street. My house backs up to this house, and but there's nothing about that actually that I object to on this proposal. I guess I had a few comments. I agree with the idea. This is a four-square house, and it's in a sort of micro neighborhood where across the street there's another four-square. There's an old Cape. There's one of the only American Gothic houses in the village.
That house is spectacular.
Yeah. There's a house on the corner of Hill Street and Moses on the east side that was built originally as an inn in about 1917. And this immediate small neighborhood has some very special houses in it. And I feel like, with all due respect, I feel like I've seen this house before, and it feels a little speckish. And so that's my comment. I'm glad you're going to have the historian look at it. In terms of what's been proposed, a small point, I don't know if you can bring back the north exposure. I know it's not the one that's mostly seen, but there was a weird detail there where the corner of the second floor comes down through a window on the first floor. Just looks disjoined. Would you mind, Lucy, just pulling up the north exposure again?
You mean the side and
The north exposure.
this part?
Yeah, so it over on the left side, which would be the east side, that the structural weight of the second floor comes down through the top of a window, that triple window on the left. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Can we
No?
put that up on the screen?
So you think that the house
Just-
drastically, it
I
ends?
can point. I'm talking about this condition right here, where this window seems somehow misplaced with the structure coming down on top of it.
Okay.
So it's a small architectural point. If a new house is built, I'd like to see as big a shingle exposure as possible. Feels like we're going down to 4.5, 5 inches, and looks cheap. So I'd like to see something larger than that. And I guess last question is where's the pool equipment proposed to be? Is it in the pool house? But I ask only because my only objection to the current house is the current pool equipment is really loud. It keeps not just me, but several neighbors up.
It should be better controlled.
I actually had enclosed mine for this very reason. Lucy, address the board only, but where is the pool equipment?
We haven't really pointed out yet, but I have 20 feet all around in the back where the pool house.
You may have 20 feet?
I have 20 feet.
You may have 20 feet, but what you're hearing is outdoor pool equipment annoys people.
Yes,
So if there's a way to figure out how to put it, if we end up buying a house and find it and have enclosed pool equipment makes everyone happy.
If it could go
and
within
by the way, your pool equipment lasts about twice as long.
I could talk to the client, see if they would have a little crawl space and put it under the pool house.
Yeah.
And then we definitely could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Well, you hear that it's a concern.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Figure it out where to
Thank
put
you. Okay.
Put the.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Just a comment. I have the house.
Please start by introducing yourself.
Yes, I'm at 42 Moses Lane, the house just north
Your name,
of this
sir.
property. Olivier Trouveroy.
Thank you.
And so I was just a little surprised when I heard about the news that this house was going to be torn down, because I thought that it could probably be renovated and improved and maybe made bigger, but I was a little bit surprised that it would be torn down. So that's the only comment I can make. I'm not going to make a comment on the architecture. I think it's a little bit out of style compared to the rest of the street, but that's about it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other public comment? Okay. June 10th? Okay. Motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 32 Moses Lane to June 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next up, 51 North Captain's Neck.
Did we get the affidavits?
Yeah.
Yes,
And
they're
are
in
they in order?
Yeah. John gave them to me earlier and I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay, if you could introduce yourself.
Good evening. John Laffey, architect from Mr. and Mrs. Wood.
Okay.
We're proposing to put an addition onto their house, and we are going to be basically going to be keeping the garage, the link, and the living room portion of the house, which is cathedral. And we're going to be taking down all the project on the easterly side of the house over here, The house currently has, inside has 7 ceiling heights, so we want to raise those up. And so we're gonna put the new second story addition. Here's a copy of the existing house. So we're keeping all of this. And we're gonna be, this is the area of the addition, right here on this side of the house. The footprint is gonna stay the same along the street. It's only the back addition, or the new footprint per se, is going to be located on the back side of the house to the, to the south in the backyard. And the idea is that the house is built in 1984, and we are going to try to make it a little more transitional of a house, a little more modern. So we have it'll be clad in gray shingles. The windows are all going to be white windows, white trim. The window typologies are basically 2/2 or a 4 window cut lights.
Are they all casements?
They are all casements, yeah, to be more transitional. The roof is again going to be a shingle roof, except where in the back we have on the back of the house we have a back terrace, and because of the pitch of the roof, we've only got about 2.5 on 12, so it has to be metal. But you won't really see it because it's in the back of the house.
Sorry.
And this street itself is fairly quiet, to say the least. Most of it doesn't feel like a street. I just want to show you, I brought along this is a copy of the existing house. And this is where basically the new addition is going right in the back over here. This is fairly privated all along here on the side, so it's fairly quiet. The gables we were considering doing a white gable to be maybe a board and batten, maybe a little weight, but we were debating with that or some silver like a V-groove material. But we'd like to think we're keeping them. We like to keep them white to give a little bit of a presence to these two gables over here. The small gable in front and the bigger gable in the house.
And I probably missed this, but the house is clapboard?
No, the house is currently shingles and will be shingles again.
It's not in good shape.
Oh, I'm just looking at the rendering.
No,
I'm sorry,
it's,
I was looking at the rendering.
It's not in good shape.
Okay, no, it's not.
At all.
At all.
Board members. Jeff, Jane.
Well, I think anything's an improvement because the house is not in good shape. And so it almost needs an overhaul. So I don't have a problem with what you're doing here.
Susan needed, Jeff?
I don't either.
The two, my only question is the two larger windows that are to the left of the front door, is that the interior stairwell?
That is correct.
And what is the lighting in that stairwell?
We don't have a lighting plan yet. We're just in the design phase.
Is it planned to be chandelier or downlight, ceiling downlight only?
There's supposed to be downlights. Yeah.
Okay.
It's meant to be a little tad more contemporary, traditional, so we wouldn't have hanging
A
lights.
giant chandelier hanging down.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have a couple of
There are a
places,
lot
we
of
have a
those.
couple places in the village that's happened.
Yeah, see.
Oof.
We're really getting into it.
I think you're making a considerable improvement on the house, which needs to work, but even looking at blankly architecture, I think you're making considerable improvement. And maybe in your process, you'll pave the street.
I will put a word in for that.
Yeah, because the construction is going to kill it.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a street. It feels like a driveway.
The Jeff. Okay. Are there comments from the public? Okay, so motion to approve the application for 51 North. is that a yes? Did I say, oh, sorry. Got ahead of myself. Sorry, person.
Well,
Hello? Are they there?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I see elbows. I see elbows. There you are.
My only concern is the height of the house.
But first of all, could you start by introducing yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Diane Carlin. I live to the east.
Your street address?
Your address?
41 North Captain's Neck Lane.
Okay.
And I just wanted to inquire more about the height of the house, because I would probably be seeing their roof line or their windows.
well, it can happen.
Well,
So that,
Jen, speak to it.
yeah, so the ridge is 31 feet 6, 31 foot 6. And so it's below what's allowed by code, and it meets pyramid law. The windows on, I guess, on the easterly side of the house. That is.
What I think would be helpful is the current ridge height is what?
The current ridge height. I apologize.
How would you
I
figure
don't
it?
have.
Okay. Well, I guess versus the current ridge height for where you're going, what do you think the differential is?
I bet it's 6 or 8. I bet it's 8 feet. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the plate heights in the house are 7'7" on the first floor, to 7'6" on the second floor. This whole portion of the house is it's one of the reasons why our addition is it's very, very low. They're pretty tall people.
I think the answer is I think the house is taller.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The good news is what has been the flat end of the house where the chimney is looking toward you. Now you're looking at the sloped end of a roof heading to the ridge line, so it softens, I think, that view.
Right. Yes, no, I understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
And it's following the zoning setback.
Of course.
Of what, 21 feet?
Yes. If it weren't, it had to follow the zoning setback in order to be in front of us. It was approved by the building inspector.
Right.
So-
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, motion to approve the application for 51 North Captain's Neck Lane from drawings, I can never find drawings dates. From drawings dated. In the master. What's your drawing date? I can't find it.
I can't read these ones.
Yeah, we can't read them either. All right. Those are the only ones we've had, so.
These are dated April 24th.
Okay, from drawings dated April 24th, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, 60 Corrigan Street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend. 60 Corrigan Street. Stop and introduce yourself, please.
Lori Fontana, Senior Associate, McDonough and Conway Architects.
Great, and if you could pull the mic a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Okay.
So my client is proposing a traditional shingle-style roof and cedar perfection siding with painted pine in the color of Duxbury gray.
Okay, you want to take us through the elevations?
which I have a sample.
Yep.
And I know that renderings do not always depict the right colors. So I have also took it upon myself to bring real-life photos of a house that has the Duxbury Gray with
Okay.
the cedar
Why don't we get
shingles.
all the way through the architecture, and we'll see if we want to know more about the colors tonight. Okay?
So the front porch, the client would like a metal roof across the front. This is the color of the metal roof. On the side of the house, I know we talk about privacy, especially on the second floor. So the windows on the second floor are minimal on the second floor for privacy. We are proposing a covered rear patio with no access from the second floor to create a covered area where there is a barbecue. We are proposing a terrace off the master. And the size of that is sorry, my fingers are not working.
That's okay.
It is 13.6 by 5.3.
Okay.
We are proposing a 327 square foot pool house, which is here. I've heard talk through the evening about pool equipment and AC. So we are willing to sink the pool equipment in a recessed well behind the pool house. And I can tell you that we will recess the AC equipment for the house in a well also.
Okay. Board members.
Are the columns also metal?
No, they're painted pine Duxbury Gray.
I know Corrigan Street is a pretty modest neighborhood in scale, and this balcony does seem maybe bigger than what balconies I see on Corrigan Street typically.
So the one off the master terrace, that's the only one that's accessible.
The north and south elevations, the side elevations, you see them.
Right, so the large one,
Yeah.
you can't access it. And if you're concerned about us accessing it, we'll be happy to take the railing off so that there's no question. There is no sliding glass door to access that. It's 2 windows, casement windows.
Okay. Can you talk to me about these turnbacks under the heading toward the front of the house that come under the 2 gables?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
These very
Sorry.
heavy turnbacks that you've got going on up here.
Okay.
The scale seems sort of massive,
Okay.
heavy,
Okay.
and sort of out of character. And I guess they're there so you can put the bump back so you can get the window in, but I just feel they just feel very weighty and massive at the front of the house, which makes it, you're in another one of those neighborhoods that's in transition. There's a lot of bigger houses there, but I think it actually adds a lot of visual weight to the top of the house, would make this massing to the street feel heavy. You've got, I guess you're proposing a standing seam roof here, but it looks like your seams are 6 inches apart, or what is this roof detail?
It's the renderer, unfortunately. It's
Okay.
a standard standing seam roof.
And in that cutout that you've got behind there in the center, is that outdoor accessible, or is that
Which cutout, this?
in the center,
No,
the front
no,
facing,
you can't, those
front
are
facing?
windows, those are casement windows,
So is there a flat roof there?
Yes, it does go flat, but it's metal. The
Flat
standing
metal?
seam, flattens out and
Yeah.
goes there.
Okay. Feels kind of odd. And then the column weight to me feels very heavy. Everything about the house feels heavy.
Okay.
In a neighborhood where we have some lovely gentle houses, I think the visual weight of this house is pretty strong facing the street. And I would have, for me, I would have sort of the same comment. I mean, even the width and heft of the trim detail, the trim board detail you have going over the garage, just feels very heavy and it's just out of character to what we
Well,
normally
it's,
see.
the shingles do go down and they flare out,
No,
and
but
then there's
the
a band.
I think it's the width and the heaviness of the trim board and the way it turns back under, but maybe that's just me. And in the back, my same comment would have is I just feel like the columns are really hefty for what they're doing. And it just feels, and you've got that same sort of heavy turn back detail on the second floor. So if you could look at that, I feel like the house feels very heavy and very top heavy and very weighted. And I think when we do that, it gives it a very heavy, massive sort of massing to the street that makes the house feel more substantial than necessary. On the pool house, kind of cute pool. Other than maybe the weight of the column to match the weight of the house, because they don't seem weighty there.
I think these columns are 1'4". I could bring them down to 12-inch columns.
Yeah, because what are the ones in the house? If these are 1'4".
They're the same.
Yeah.
They're the exact same colors.
Pool house is cute. So those would be my comments.
So Mark put into detail what I couldn't quite state, the sense of heaviness in the columns, and what would happen if instead of a metal roof, because I think that accentuates the heaviness. I don't know, if that were a shingle roof to match, would that lighten things up? And I do agree that the turnbacks further accentuate that heavier feel. Like the columns, I would expect columns like that to be on a house that's even bigger than this. So anyway, I'm sort of repeating what Mark was saying. Was there any thought given to shingle rather than the seamed?
They were willing to make that concession.
Just wonder what it might.
Do you have the pitch for shingle?
Yes.
For wood shingle?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there will be, an EPDM rubber roof up at one point. You're going to have a metal pan at one point, but yes.
Good. Jane? Are there any comments from the public?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jane?
Well, I want to say that
I thought you just spoke. I'm sorry.
Mark very eloquently described what I would agree with the heaviness. The columns I found somewhat arresting, that they just seemed so massive.
The rendering does not do you favors with that standing
No,
seam roof because
it doesn't.
Because it kind of looks like got a board and batten roof going on.
You're
So
right.
that's a
You are 100% right.
rendering consideration.
So, were you unwilling? I couldn't tell if the metal roof did not exist, it would definitely change things. I don't mind the columns.
We would definitely concede to changing the metal roof to a cedar roof.
Well, wouldn't that change everything? The turn back, I don't know what you call this when it.
It's a return.
A return.
Yeah.
Also, the west elevation.
It's too close. It's the front elevation.
Yes.
Oh no, the west elevation.
It's
I
showing-
couldn't get him to pull back on the camera, so I apologize for that. It does look very in your face.
It's showing railings, and the rendering does not show railings. I'm just wondering. which
No,
one.
it does. The you're talking about the railings here? It shows on the rear of the railings. There's railings here on both of the, one is a roof that we just put balconies on, so it had some symmetry. But this is actually the master small terrace, 5'3" by 13.6, I think, 13.6 wide by 5'3".
Where's your first floor plan?
I'm sorry.
I've got it. Maybe it's me, but hang on.
First floor
Where's the
is
chimney?
A3.
Am I missing it? Where's the chimney? You have no chimney in your rendering.
No, it's all direct vent.
So putting a direct vent.
Lori, you were talking about potentially removing the balustrade around the non-functional balcony. And I wondered, would it make the back look lighter if that wasn't there? I know you put it there for symmetry, but I think a flat roof that would just essentially be a porch, a covering to the porch, would lighten up the back.
I have no problem with that.
All right, you've heard a lot of comments.
Okay.
And we have one from the public. Yeah,
Oh,
Two.
okay. Public comments.
Thank you. My name is Beth Morano. I'm an associate broker with the Corcoran Group.
You gotta get closer to the microphone for me, if you will.
Beth Morano, I'm an associate broker with the Corcoran Group, and I actually sold the property to the current owner who's designing this with Lori. And just one thing I just wanted to mention that I'm not sure you're aware of. I mean, I'm very familiar with also the street and the transition of the street and all the newer homes. But this is a little bit out of character, the actual property, because it's much bigger than most of the properties there. And I think the scale is taking on that based on the fact that it's 0.71 of an acre. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And the other thing is, if it's too much in your face, I think, and Laura, you might be able to speak to this, we'd be happy to push
the
it
house back 20 feet.
I think that may help because it's a very deep lot.
Yeah.
There's also a spectacular tree in the front of that here.
Yes, and they want to keep the
a
tree.
spectacular
That
tree.
tree's still there. Keep that
Yeah.
tree.
Thank you for saving that.
Absolutely.
That tree's still there.
That tree's got,
Yeah.
it's got to be.
It's very important to them.
150-year-old tree.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks amazing.
Yeah. And we would be willing
But I
to
also
push
think it's
those.
just. I also think it's the tactical weight, visual weight of the architecture.
Mhm.
Feels heavier and out of scale for what we normally see in Southampton.
Right, right.
It just feels heavy.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of properties there that have that metal roof.
Yeah.
I think we took it across the whole facade of the house, unlike some of the others, and we could definitely take that back to cedar.
Yeah.
And she can work on the other little areas that you were talking
Yeah.
about. I just wanted to bring up to you that it is 0.71 of an acre.
No, we walked it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So
Thank
it's not
you.
like- that's where I saw your
Actually, the
spectacular
rendering,
tree.
If you had that tree in the rendering, that would make it
Well,
not
if I
look-
put the tree in the rendering,
wouldn't
then
see it. You
it'll
wouldn't see
block
the
the
house.
house, and then I'll get yelled at for that.
Streetscape on it. Yeah, but
Right.
that tree is spectacular.
Right, right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Joan McGivern from Toomey Latham. I'm representing Eric Raymond and his wife. They live at 50 Corrigan Street, and I've heard you mention that this is a transitional block. However, we did a study of 24 of the lots, and at 4,361 square feet, the proposed building is definitely an outlier, at least from the 24 lots we looked at. I don't know if you got this in your
We
mail
did.
today.
We did, actually.
Of the 24 lots, there are 4 that are vacant and 4 that were recently constructed, although when you mention new building, the new building is 3,000 feet, 3,400 and 3,045 square feet, 2,903 square feet, 2,908 square feet, 2,186 square feet. So the 4 new buildings within this stretch of 12 lots are substantially, at least by a third, smaller than this house.
How do they correspond to the lot size?
They are on smaller lots, I will admit that, but in terms of mass and scale, this is an outlier. Eric Raymond is also going to make some comments. We coordinated our comments, so I'm going to see if he can dial in.
Okay. Is his hand raised?
His hand should be raised, unless he fell asleep.
Think how we feel.
He's coming in. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Start by introducing yourself, please.
I'll do that. My name is Eric Raymond. I'm sorry I can't be with you there tonight. I want to commend you all on your stamina. We're going into the almost the fourth hour of this meeting. I'll try to keep my comments very brief. I just want you to know that I own the house immediately to the south. I own 50 Corrigan. My wife and I own 50 Corrigan. I bought this house with my brother in 1985. Before that, I rented on Moses Lane. That means I've owned the house longer than almost many people on the street. The house, my house, was built by Edward Corrigan. The street was the Corrigan Farm, and Edward Corrigan built our house, 50 Corrigan, for his daughter Mary. My wife and I are the third owners of our house, and it's just about a 100-year-old house, not quite yet. You probably have seen my house. It's a stucco house covered with English ivy.
We have. It's a spectacular house. Can we now move your comments to about this current house, please?
Thank you. First, I'd like to agree with the points that have already, some of the points I've just heard. That's beautiful. I'm not sure if it's a cherry or apple tree. It's easily a 50-year-old tree in the front of the house, and I would like to see that tree saved. I also completely agree with the comments that I've heard that the house is too heavy. It's massive. It looks to me like a big box store. It is out of character with the other houses on the street, both architecturally and in size. The lot that they're talking about isn't that much larger than the other lots. 0.7, many of the lots are a half acre, and of course there are larger lots too. The two lots on the corner of Corrigan and Hill are much larger.
That's a huge lot, yeah.
So I have really just 5 points, and I want to make them quickly.
Okay.
You've been very patient. The mass and volume of the house, we've mentioned. The house is 1/3 larger than the house across the street from it. Not my house, but the house it's facing. It's just unequal weight of the two houses. I'm very concerned about the two decks in the back. Those second-story decks, I know they called them a balcony. She said she would remove the railing, but there's no way you can stop teenagers from getting out on those decks. I don't know anything about who's going to buy the house. I don't know if this family has children, but those are decks. One is 70 square feet, the other is about 300 square feet, and they overlook our backyard. Yes, I think the railings should be removed, but I think that's a safety feature because people are going to use them as decks. Next, between their house and my house, there's a large row of very tall Leland cypress trees. They were planted about 10 years ago by the seller of that lot, 60 Corrigan. Leland, right now, there's a lot of protection between their house and our house. Unfortunately, Leland cypress, as I'm sure you know, are developer trees. They have a short lifespan. If they're 10 years old now, their lifespan is about 20 or 25 years. So our concern about the view, the barrier between their house and ours, there is a good one now, but it will not always be there. In fact, it won't be there in 10 years. And lastly, I don't know whether this is even appropriate for this board. Let me mention it, and we can tell me, but there's an estimate for the construction cost of this house. The
Yeah,
estimate-
that's not appropriate to this board.
Okay, well,
The construction estimate goes to the building inspector. That has to do with the application process. That cost does not come into consideration for the architecture review, or do we look at the architecture?
okay. I would just say that it's, looks like a great underestimate. Or not high quality construction, one or the other. I would like to see, I just heard the architect mention, putting the AC and the pool equipment, underground. I think that, or in the pool house, great idea, and I hope that's part of the requirement.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. Anyone else in the public? I know, I keep trying to move on. Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Todd Herlihy. I'm the owner at 74 Corrigan Street, the home immediately to the north. I would just like to echo the comments on the size and heft of the proposed dwelling. And I would also just note that our lot is similar proportioned, I believe on 0.6 acres. Our home is about 2,000 square feet, just to emphasize the magnitude of this home. And I believe someone mentioned earlier an opportunity to potentially move back the home. I think that would be welcome, just given the size relative to where this proposed dwelling will be on the street.
Great, thank you very much. Any other public comments coming in? Okay, so you've heard the comments.
Yes.
June 10th work for you?
Yes, it does.
Great. Motion to accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 60 Corrigan Street to June the 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, 185 Elm. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
C.O. Liu Architect, for 185 Elm Street. So I guess I can start with the survey site plan.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer? We can hear you.
I will start with the survey and site plan.
Okay.
So this is the existing house. I think his survey is very bold. Mine is very light. So this is the existing house. We're gonna just take down a tiny bit. That was a little shed, like a shed dormer kind of thing. It's like this is definitely a tiny bit of addition, like a shed. And we're taking down this part, and then we fill it in around it. So it's basically the new house is kind of wrap around it a little bit. And this portion is a small addition on the side. I will get you exact dimension.
Okay. Why don't we move to the elevations?
Oh, okay. Go to the elevation. The elevation would be A5.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I got the existing and the proposed side by side. Okay, up and down I meant. So the existing is on the bottom, and the top would be proposed. Bottom and proposed. So in the front, you will see a little bit addition on the side here, and on the side you will see more because this is the existing, and then in the back it's more of a proposed. So this is the north side, and then the rear. This is what that little shed addition is.
Pardon?
Okay. So this is the rear, original rear, and this will be the proposed rear, and that's the south side, and this is the existing portion of it, and this is the proposed portion. And I do have the photograph of the existing house in the package.
Okay.
Oh, did I mention we have a little detached garage?
What did I see?
We have a little detached garage. Again, it's not deep enough, so I add a little bit just so that a car can pull in. And then we have the existing and proposed, and they're side by side.
Materials and color?
I have to read it. I don't remember what I wrote here. I'm sorry. Windows and doors will be white. Roof will be dark gray asphalt and metal. And siding to be cedar shingle with 5.5 inch exposure and natural color. All trims will be white. Garage door railings to be white. And front door to be dark gray.
Okay. Board members.
Did you say that the addition is going to be cedar shake?
Yeah, this whole thing will be redone because right now it's not in a very good shape. So if
But right now the existing house is white, is that correct?
it's white, and I don't know what kind of material. It doesn't look very natural. I can go back and investigate. I forgot. I think it's maybe I don't know, some kind of synthetic board.
Want to start?
No.
Jed?
Well, I could start by saying I'm glad they're not tearing it down. How's that?
That's a good start.
So there you go. And I am. I love those little houses at the end of the street.
Here's my first thought, then I'm going to turn it over to Nina. Right now I have a sweet little house. Very simple, one cross gable in the back. And suddenly, in your addition, I've gone to the flying trope of double flying gables everywhere we go. So what we've taken is a really sweet house at the top end of what the bottom end is a historic street and of a unique shape. But what I have now is what looks like, especially your western and rear, where we've got the two gables, the standard two gable back over the metal roof and the porch. So we've taken a sweet house, we sort of ignored the original intention of the house that you're renovating and put in a plan that looks like it came from purchase plans across the back of the house. And then if I go down the side, where we've taken what was a simple long roof facade, now I've got again two flying gables coming at me, and I feel like the renovation doesn't actually match the original spirit and intent of the original house, which is a really sweet house that now has a big, massive, heavy extension on the back of it. And I think we're at the risk of the extension that swallowed the house here. So I think what we've lost is the original intention of a really sweet house. We haven't taken that intention, expressed it bigger. We've ignored it and wrapped another kind of house around it. And therefore, when I look at its massing and scale, for both its location, its lot size, and its neighborhood, it seems out of kilter and out of focus and scope with what I see in the neighbors to either side.
I would agree. It's just, it seems a shame to me to take this, sweet is a good word, or elegantly proportioned, petite, modest house and throw in more gables and in the north elevation there's quite an extended porch, which I'm wondering why it needs to be so. It just sort of looks like it's flying out there. I would say, like Susan said, there's parts of the house which are preserved, like the front
elevation, seems to be keeping with the nature of the house. The north elevation, again, the projecting porch, I find it's a little bit out of proportion with the intention, as Mark said, of the original. And yeah, a lot of gables on the west rear elevation. A lot of windows and gables compared to the original, which is more sort of linear and simple, almost like a Quaker look. So I would agree with Mark to just keep in with the original character of the house where you can. I'm glad that you kept it. And maybe just reduce some of the extensions and sizes of the windows and gables, and try to somehow bring it back down to it being in keeping with the original house.
Jeff, Jane, anything to add?
No, I think you and Nina said something.
Yeah, I mean, the proposed west rear elevation doesn't even look like it's the same house anymore, and it's supposed to be in addition. It just seems like it's a new house. It seems
Yeah.
like that.
Are there any public comment? Okay. You've heard the comments. So can you be ready with revisions by June 10th?
No, I think the young couple has small children. They won't be able to work on it that quickly.
Okay, so June 24th?
We'll try.
June 24th? Okay. Motion to accept the application's request for an adjournment for 185 Elm to June 24th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next up, 11 Squapple Lane.
Is there anyone here for that? Oh.
Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
I'm losing that.
That's once a month. Hello, are they coming in?
All right, this is amazing. He's
Hello?
so awake. Can't hear you.
You're on mute. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Are you on mute?
Sorry.
There we go.
There we go. Hello, Frank. Start by introducing yourself for the record, please.
Frank Greenwald, architect, 295 Main Street, Sag Harbor, New York.
Thank you.
Applicant and architect for 11 Squabble Lane. This is an application that you all approved for a slightly different version of this about 1 year ago. And let me bring up.
Let's just look at the one that you're doing.
So this is, here we go. This is an existing residence on Squabble Lane, a private road. My client bought this about 6 or 7 years ago. It was previously John McEnroe's house and then Howard Giddis's house before that. It's sort of an unusual house. It's white board and batten siding with these sort of deep overhangs. These sort of beautiful Riley custom windows and doors all around the house. And this is the lot. It's a little over 2 acres. What we're proposing is a small addition in the front of the house, the replacement of some windows and doors, removal of the existing pool, which was right here in this sort of little courtyard. New pool, I don't know why that's doing that. New pool in the back and a pool house and pavilion. And I'll take you through, this is the ground floor plan. Excuse me. What we're, actually, let me show you the demo plan. which is probably easier. So this is the existing house with demolition imposed on it. This is the existing front entrance of the house, which we're proposing to push out 8 feet, replacing some windows and doors around the side and back, and removing the existing swimming pool. So this is the new entrance, which we're pushing out to create a proper stair, powder room, and a little covered entrance porch. The upper elevation is the existing elevation. Below that is our proposed elevation with the new or reused windows sort of superimposed in blue. There's a new entrance door, a small covered porch, reusing these 2 second-floor windows, new stair window to the right of that, reusing this window, and a new 4-unit window to the left of that. In the rear, again, the upper elevations are existing, the lower elevations are proposed, sort of simply replacing some of these doors and windows with different units. These are all in that little courtyard. These are the windows and doors. We're also proposing to resurface the house. Right now, as I said, it's this sort of white board and batten. We're proposing to resurface it in the stucco with a white finish, basically to match the color that's existing, but with white stucco. We are also proposing, and we'll keep the existing window and door color, which is a sort of interesting dark greeny blue color against the white, which is sort of cool. We're also proposing in the back of the property a new pool. Let me just get to that. Sort of a new swimming pool with a terrace around it, and a new sort of pavilion, small tiny pool house with a pool pavilion, which would be a system by this company called Structure, STRUXURE, which we've used before on a house on the corner of Great Plains and First Neck in black. It's sort of a very simple aluminum structure that sort of disappears because it's thin and black, and a very simple, small brick pool house that sort of lives underneath that structure. You can see, yeah, so you can see in the site plan, here's a new pool, this pool pavilion and little pool house, and the existing tennis court. Pool equipment would be lowered in a pit about 40 feet off the property line. And we are also proposing that the existing driveway comes in off Squabble Lane, a private road, and it ends on this private driveway, which they have a right of way over. We're also proposing, and I know you guys have this later today. I don't know if we want to simplify things because we'll look at it all at once, but we're proposing new driveway gates. And actually today I reread the driveway gate code from 2022, and I think I read it wrong. I thought it was only in those zones that it had to be 40%, but it's actually everywhere it has to be 40%.
Yep.
So what we can do is just lower that panel and make the gates look like this instead of this, and then they would be 40%, 40% of them. I think that's my little spiel.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Is the roof staying the same?
Yes, the roof's, we're re-roofing it, but it's basically cedar shingles. It just needs to be replaced, but it would be.
The roof is cedar shingles?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's cedar.
Looks thatched.
It
The picture
looks
of it.
like
That's
some-
just the picture.
It looks
Yeah,
like
I think
something I've never seen in this rendition here.
No, it's just regular cedar shingle. I think it's just.
Oh, okay, it's shocking.
Well, it also doesn't have any trim on the eave.
No, it's not that, believe me.
That's what makes it look thatched.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's,
I like a good thatch roof.
the color and everything is weird. Anyway,
Yeah, no, it's strange.
okay.
I think it's just the image.
Things are growing on it.
Jeff?
Really?
We're
So
back to Stratfordshire.
on elevation eight, I'm sorry. On elevation page A4, Frank.
Yeah.
The fenestration is somehow it's. I think you do need to add windows to what was there originally, but the floor to ceiling, or basically stairwell window, is something that I think detracts from otherwise a good design. So, that's problematic. And I'm not sure the window, the small vertical window, left facing.
103?
Is it, thank you. Yeah, 103. Yeah, it seems to be odd, as opposed to having a window that was maybe more symmetrically centered or even with the other window, but that's less of an issue than the large vertical window. And then I guess I look, the picture without the front portico, I think is nice. So but I don't know how the portico, I guess, works. So I mean, really, my big thing was the fenestration on the front.
Joyce?
Oh, sorry, Jay.
Nina?
I just, going back to the portico quickly, I kind of enjoyed the photograph showing the way you sort of slip in under this roof into the entry. I thought the entry partie was,
Can you put the mic for me?
sorry, I thought the entry partie was strong. I know you're doing something completely different here and sort of popping the entry out.
Yes.
Which I feel like that type of an entry would work maybe, going back to what Jeff said about the side window with some symmetry. There's something very symmetrical about the entry partie and then the asymmetry of the windows around it, which throws me off a bit. But yeah.
You're talking about this window here.
No, the
No.
big, the massive window that's by the stairwell.
There you go. No one likes
No.
those. Including me.
Is that a clear glass front door?
Yes.
Is the intent, Frank, to make formal a cottage-looking house? Because if that was the intent, that's, I think, what you're doing. And I think maybe that's what Nina was saying. There's this just nice, soft feel entrance. But again, that may be a matter of taste.
Yeah.
No, I mean, to answer the question, no, that's not the intent to make it more formal. It's really just to provide some covering. Right now, the floor plan just doesn't work. It's you just sort of open the door and you're in this space, and the stair is right next to. There's no sort of proper powder room. And it's really just to open, just to create some covered opening and to some covering over the front door, and just to create a little more space in the entrance of the house. The staircase is very steep. It doesn't really, it doesn't really work. There's a little headroom when you get up to the top. This house has been added on to many times, I think, over the years.
Yeah.
So really, the intention is just to, to create some covered entrance, some covered area at the front entrance, and to create a proper stair and a little powder room.
And did you end up losing the roof that's over the existing because of the large window for the staircase?
No.
Okay.
No, that roof.
Because when I look at the picture, see,
Oh, so this is, these walls are actually coplanar.
Yeah.
This roof is just sort of stuck on the outside of it, in sort of an odd way. There's sort of this little overhang, and it's a very steep pitched roof. So these existing walls are coplanar, and then this is applied to the front of it.
okay. The only two comments I would really have are I think that the massive window that you put in the stairwell is too much, because I think it's out of balance to the house, to be a little bit honest. But more than that, we haven't been improving that much glass for stairwells going anywhere because of the potential for light pollution, and we've seen it when people light them up and it just glow into the front yard, and I think that's a little bit too much. And the other thing I might think reconsidering is the glass front door, because these houses that we have been really asking people to put solid front doors in, because these houses that you walk up to, A, it's the light pollution issue of all the light coming straight out the front of the house when you go by, and B, houses defined by solid front doors is more what we've been approving.
Yeah.
Honestly, those would be my two big issues. I remember this house. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting house.
Yeah. I think Nina's point's well taken, because if you look at the photograph of the original house, the way that you sort of slip into the front door is kind of sweet. If there's a way that you could replicate that, if you break that big stairwell window up into such a way that you could think about that, because it's the character that gives the house is kind of wonderful, and now it's going away.
Yeah.
So those would be my comments.
Okay.
Any comments from the public? Both of you. Okay. June 10th work for you? June 10th work for you, Frank?
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to June 10th for 11 Squabble Lane. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that takes us to driveway gates.
No.
Yes, we're only having a monthly meeting, so we knew they're going to be bad.
Before we do that, I'm sorry, before we do that, on,
Do I have 95 South Main?
no, before we do that, on 59 Roscoe Drive, we actually had a demo evaluation that we didn't vote on.
Oh.
So can we vote on that?
Okay, good. For 59 Roscoe?
Yeah.
We talked about that. We just didn't vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can you just?
Motion to agree to not seek landmarking for 59 Roscoe. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, now we're up to driveway gates, 95 South Main Street.
Set way back. It's good.
Hello?
No one.
They give up on us?
I don't blame them. Well, here it is.
Someone's coming in.
This it is?
There we are. Hello. Introduce yourself for camera, please.
Ricky, landscape architect, for the project here at 95 South Main Street.
Okay.
So the last time we met, since that time I've increased the size of the spacing in the gate picket. It went from a 3-inch space to now a 4-inch space, and the picket reduced from 5.5 to 4.5. Which got us in the ballpark of the 40% coverage, transparency.
And would you remind me what size is the lot?
I don't have that. map of it in top of the page.
It's, I have a different thing from here. How do I get this? This isn't the same. Okay. Well,
The debate the last time was about the transparency.
Right, I'm just for the record asking you the size of the lot. We have policies that vary depending, height policies that vary depending on the size of the lot.
oh, it's the same.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Oh, here it is. You. Yeah, I'll put this in.
This gate looks fine.
It's fine. It's way so bad.
It's 3,400 square feet, so it's 0.78. Yep. Okay. All right, board members.
I think it looks fine. It's
Yeah, I
way far back.
I think it now matches the, I think it now
And
matches
it's a
what we're
very
looking
good
for in
paint color,
transparency.
whatever
Yeah,
it is.
it looks-
Excellent,
Picks up on the
excellent
Okay.
paint cover.
surroundings.
Any comments from the public?
What's the paint color?
Perry,
Carol and Ball.
of course.
It exists on the.
It's on the
shutters above
thing?
door right now. Yeah, it's there.
Is that fair on Ball 57 offset semi, black offset, yeah, off black semi?
57 off black.
Okay. All right. Motion to move to written decision to accept the gate application for 95 South Main Street from drawings dated January 15th, revised April 9th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Okay,
Good
next
night.
up, 121 Lee.
Yeah. I'm noting it.
And you have affidavits in there in order?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Michael Marin, for East Hampton Fence and Gate
Yep.
for property owner 121 Lee Avenue, Steve Markoff. And, so there are actually two driveway gates. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And so there are two driveway gates. They're existing masonry stucco columns that the homeowner would like to keep and recycle. And just a simple Chippendale variation that's mimicked up on the railing of the house. And wood gate painted white. The columns would be painted white. They're sort of a two-tone now, but the column would be all white. And that's about it.
Board members. What are they made out of?
Cedar painted white.
Cedar painted white, okay. And are there any mechanisms on the column, or are they all automatic?
They're all automatic, but yes, the gates would be mechanized, yes.
Okay.
So there's gonna be no external control pad, gooseneck?
No.
Okay.
Get it.
Well, no, it's a choice of the homeowner.
No,
The-
it's good.
They want them, some want them, some don't.
It's a good choice.
But you
okay.
do need them. No, there's no magic way to open them without some kind of mechanism out there.
We won't go down that path, Mark.
Anybody else? It's late night to go to bed. You know? Okay, I think they're interesting. All right, motion to accept the application for gates for 121 Lee Avenue for two sets of driveway gates from drawings dated, well, there's no date on them. So drawings stamped in by the village on April 8th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Very good, thank you. Good night.
See you, Mike.
Next up, Eric Ruttenberg, 82 Cactus Neck Lane.
I don't have affidavits.
Oh,
Yeah, so we can't hear that.
And
Ne-
squabble, we already did.
But
Did we
not-
actually talk about, well, he has to come back, so we'll. talk
Yeah,
about it.
he has to come back.
All right. So then the last thing we have is, do you want to talk about your policy for,
Well, it's not my policy.
no, that policy?
sure it is.
Do you want to have your conversation about policy?
It's not my conversation.
Wait, would you like to lead the, you're killing me. Would you like to lead the conversation about policy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, no one printed it for me, so let's see if I have it. You don't want me to read it, do you?
no, actually, has everyone seen it? Was it distributed?
She sent it to us.
Yeah, everybody read it?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and the answer is we need to adopt it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have any thoughts?
I thought it was a good idea.
Okay. I don't want you to read it, but could you top line for the public what the policy is about so they know what we're going to approve as a policy?
Yeah, so the purpose of the policy was to set some guidelines for ensuring that everyone could be heard at the meeting, some rules of decorum, and I'll list a couple of the rules. One is that traditional rules of evidence that are followed in a court don't apply. If people are being overly repetitive, then the board may indicate that, they're going to move on. Comments are only to be made to the board members so that people don't, start arguing with one another. The chair can impose reasonable time limits. The chair sets the agenda so that, people are not, jumping up to speak. The chair sets the agenda. The chair can change the agenda. Those that wish to be heard are to be aware that in order for the board to properly assess each application and present I'm sorry, I'm really tired. They're to remain civil and respectful. And upon a failure of a person being heard in a civil and respectful manner, the chair or any member of the board can take steps they deem appropriate. If they fail to, remain civil, they can preserve order by issuing a warning, adjourning the matter, and so, threats against the board or members of the public will not be tolerated, et cetera, et cetera.
And is this based at all on, is this based a little bit on policy that's in place for the planning board?
Yeah, so the planning board did this a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Because there was some threats made at one of the meetings.
Okay. All right, so did you guys take a look at it? I think we
Yeah,
should.
I did. Yeah, adopted.
I think it did. Okay, so do we need to, you need a vote?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we do with policies.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we accept, what are we calling the policy?
What did we call
I don't want to call it the decorum policy, what's it called?
Meeting procedure.
Okay, motion to accept the meeting procedure policy as outlined on May 13th by Alice Cooley. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
And Alice, if you have a copy of that, you can share. I'll have the chair sign it, and we'll file it with the clerk and make it available online for members of the public.
Great.
Sure.
Motion to close the May 13th meeting of the Southampton Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Good Lord.